And you need it on to remember judges so that all. Yeah. At what point can you
Call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. We have a roll call. All board members are present. Any public comments on closed session items? are going to reconvene our meeting back to public. Thank you. We have a roll call for our board. All 7 members are present. We have our student representative, Katara Saturn, from the senior class president at McNair.
Present.
Oh, all right. Caitlin Guana from Lodi High.
Present.
Thank you. With Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to request our superintendent to lead us, please.
Yes, please stand. Salute, ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have our reports on actions from the closed session. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation OAH 20241000972. Mr. Nava motion, Ms. McFarland second, and the board approves motion OAH 20241000972 by the vote of 7-0. Placement of non-public school students, Ms. McFarland motion and Ms. Sherry Alexander second, and the board approved the placement of non-public school students number 78, 89, 93, 131 by the following vote of 7-0. Placement of non-public school students changes. Ms. McFarland motion and Mr. Nava second, the board approves the placement of non-public school students number 72 and 107 by the following vote of 7-0. And there is nothing else to report. All right. We have some recognitions tonight. We have proclamation and recognition of the Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, FCC LA Week, February 10 to 14, 2025. I am going to request, Mr. Stroh, you may have to go up.
Oh.
And and Tony Denelin, teacher at Tokay High, will accept the proclamation. Is Tony in attendance?
Before the Board of Education of the Lodi Unified School District of the County of San Joaquin, State of California, proclamation, Family, Career, Community Leaders of America, FCC LA Week, February 10th through 14th, 2025. Whereas, Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, FCC LA, the national nonprofit, family-focused, intercurricular student organization for family and consumer science students through grades 12, help youth assume their roles in society through family and consumer science education in the areas of personal growth, family life, college readiness, career exploration, leadership, and community involvement. And whereas the organization extends classroom learning skills through chapter services projects that develop leadership and employment skills and helps young men and women learn how to plan, make decisions, carry out programs, evaluations, and take actions through working with each other youth and adults within their school, community, and state. And whereas FCCLA offers members an opportunity to work together for everyday purposes for the improvement of themselves as well as their families, careers, and communities. And whereas the week of February 10 through 14, 2025 has been designated National FCCCLA Week. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Lodi Unified School District recognize the week of February 10th through 14th, 2025 as National FCCLA Week in the Lodi Unified School District and urges all citizens to acquaint themselves with the activities and values of family, career, and community leaders of America to show interest in, and provide support and encouragement to the students who are working to achieve knowledge and experience that will help them prepare for the future responsibilities as active and concerned adult members of society. Proclaimed on this 4th day of February 2025, Dr. Rommel Ball, President, Board of Education, Lodi Unified School District.
Thank you, Mr. Strong. And we have another recognition. It's proclamation and recognition of National School Counseling Week, February 3rd to the 5th, 2025. I'm requesting Mr. Porter to read out for us. Councillors Trang Morris and Sandy Wormadan will accept the proclamation.
For the Board of Education of the Lodi Unified School District of the County of San Joaquin, State of California, proclamation National School Counseling Week. Counselors are very important to so much for our students. Whereas the 2025 theme, School Counseling Helping Students Thrive, emphasizes the role of school counselors in supporting students' overall well-being and success, and whereas school counselors contribute vitally to students' academic, social, emotional, and career development, helping students progress and realize their full potential. And whereas school counselors play a role in ensuring that students are prepared for the future, including awareness of college and career pathways, scholarship opportunities, and financial aid strategies. And whereas school counselors support district parents and guardians in the furtherance of the child's educational, personal, and social growth. And whereas, in the faithful performance of their demanding, multi-tiered, multifaceted endeavors, school counselors contribute to a safer, more positive, more inclusive school climate, and therefore district culture. Now before the Board of Education of Lodi Unified School District hereby proclaims and recognizes February 3rd through the 7th of 2025 as the National School Counseling Week. Signed the 4th day of February 2025 by Dr. Rommel Ball, the President of Lodi Unified Board of Education. A well-deserved proclamation for all our counselors.
If I may I say a few words, please? I would like Ren and Ivan come up, please. President Ball, members of the board, Mr. Young, standing before you are some of the most senior, honestly, oldest. Wait, that doesn't sound any better. Let's just go with the wisest school counselor in Lodi Unified. Let me introduce our Counselor of the Year, Sandy Wormadan. She has been with us 35 years. Wow. Ran FAMPAC holding strong at 31 years. Ivan Tanel bringing 23 years to the table. And myself, Trang Morris, with 25 years in the district. So that's a grand total of 114 years of school counseling experience for Lodi Unified School District. Anyway, we want to, first and foremost, thank you for recognizing National School Counseling Week. And we've seen it all, trends in education, changing graduation requirements, fashion choices, and enough schedule changes to wallpaper in a small little country. But through it all, we've been here guiding students, supporting families, and perfecting the art of reassuring nod, a shoulder cry on, and mildly addicted to coffee. But we don't do it alone. We have amazing teachers, staff, administrators, and of course parents who all work together to support our students. So while this proclamation is for school counselors, it celebrates the entire LUSD community because it takes all of us to help students succeed. So thank you for this recognition.
Thank you, Trang. That was very well spoken. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to comments from our student representatives. Katara Sater? Did I say your name right?
Yep.
Okay.
Good evening, President Ball, members of the board, and Mr. Young. My name is Katara Sater, and I'm the senior president of McNair High School. Today I'm standing in for Raphael. For tonight's board report, here's what we've been up to. Our Winter Spirit Week took place from January 27th to January 31st. Monday's theme was Snowed In, Tuesdays was Sweater Weather, Wednesdays was Wish I Was Here, Thursdays was Puffer versus Flannel, and Friday was Eagle Pride Day. Our winter rally took place last Friday where we crowned our winter formal royalty. Our winter formal took place on February 1st in our atrium with the theme of Night Under the Stars. We also crowned our senior winter king and queen during the dance. Now for some student and staff recognitions. A special shout out to our culinary department for catering our entire dinner for winter formal. Our mock trial team competed at the Superior County Court for the annual mock trial competition on January 28th. Congratulations to Rosa Razzo for achieving the team's MVP award of the night. Miss Lundenberg's academic team competed at Lathrop High School for the annual academic decathlon competition last Saturday, where they won 3rd place for their super quiz. A big congratulations to the following students for winning medals in their competition: Sartaj Kondola, Dina Lee, Julie Vang, Keenan Kim Hoy, Leo Liu, Angelina Young, Ives Fabro, Adam Kachong, Bao No, Dante Carvajal, Daisy Zhang, Maya Flores, and Alessa Sanchez and Irish Ball. And congratulations to Caitlin Vu for winning University of Pacific's $5,000 renewable scholarship. And now on to sports. Boys basketball will play against Edison on February 5th. Freshmen play at 4:30, JV at 6, and varsity at 7:30. Our boys soccer will play against Edison on February 5th. JV starts at 5 and varsity at 7. And girls basketball remains undefeated in league and will play against Bear Creek on February 6th. Freshmen plays at 4:30, JV at 6, and varsity at 7:30. Girls soccer will play against Edison on February 4th. JV plays at 5 and varsity plays at 7. And the wrestling team will have a league tournament at Franklin and Tokay on February 8th. For our upcoming events, McNair Interdistrict Sensory Prom will take place on February 28th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at our small gym. The theme this year will be a fairy tale romance under the stars.
Thank you. Caitlin Glenn.
Good evening, President Ball, members of the board, Superintendent Young. So at Lodi High, we recently had our Winterfest Spirit Week rally and our game, basketball, where Giuseppe Guidi and Emma Fuentes were crowned king and queen. As the student government has been briefed on the status of the softball field on campus and supports the district denying the bid to reopen it with the intention of including a baseball field in the bid. Athletics Lunch-Ons, Coach Duenas is working with student government to create monthly meetings with 2 representatives from each team in season and student government. We would like to extend a standing invitation for the board to attend our lunch-ons. We appreciate those of you who have attended. If you are able to come, you will get to hear about our athletic successes and take part in our commitment to improve our school culture. They are every minimum day. Our theater is currently working on a rendition of Mean Girls. Student government is working on organizing some fun things for our students for Kindness Week. Lodi High is excited to host the North Cal Science Fair on February 22nd. As of academics, shout out to our winter sport athletes. They have had an average GPA of 3.36 GPA for 233 athletes. We had a total of 163 earn a 3.0 or higher. 3 female athletes earned a 4.83 and 1 male earned 4.67 GPA. Upcoming activities and events. Our student activities class is organizing some events for our students to go through second semester. Details will be coming out soon, and that is all for Lodi High.
I do have to say, Katara, it was a pleasure to witness McNair do amazing at academic. That was really, really good. If any one of you hasn't been to one of those competitions, it will make you realize how little you know and how much these kids know. So it was very nice to see that. We'll move on to our superintendent's report. Thank you.
Dr. Ball, members of the board, if you recall last board meeting, we had a great opportunity to celebrate 3 teachers as the district's Teacher of the Year. We have been informed by the County Office of Education that our very own Mr. Isaiah Stowers has been selected, and he will be competing in the County Teacher of the Year. He has been notified, and we wish him best of luck. The county has its own process. They will go out and visit the site. They will see him in action, which I know will be amazing to watch. I'm excited to share that with all of you, and as we find out more from the County Office of Education, we will, of course, notify you as well. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. I do have, just kind of deviating from our agenda a little, do we have any children in our attendance today who wish to speak? We have 2 children. Could you stand up, please? Thank you. I'm just going to real quick mention this. Are you kids looking forward to talking about your blacktop? Okay, awesome. I am going to request our superintendent to personally listen to what you have to say, because you need to be at school early. Okay. So if you don't mind, I would like for you to real quick listen to these 2 students, and then we are going to move on. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Layla Lou. Hi, my name is Fern Solschmidt. And we're 5th graders at John Muir Elementary School. Please fix the blacktop at John Muir Elementary School. Dear board members, I think you should fix the blacktop and cement because it is a serious safety hazard for anybody walking. Our 4th grade teacher, Mr. Kell, even threw out her back from almost falling, and we had to go several days with a substitute teacher because she was in too much pain to teach. The blacktop has many uneven surfaces due to the district not fixing it, and it continues to get worse. Many of the cracks have caused scraped elbows and knees, or in some unfortunate cases, scraped chins and shoulders. It is dangerous for any elderly people to be walking on it due to their age. Some injuries may be caused. You should fix the blacktop and cement is that when it rains, because of all the cracks and potholes, the entire area is flooded and almost impossible to get around. Due to the flooding, the water collects under the portables and the wood decays and falls apart. When all the rain dries up, the huge holes are perfect for skunks to make their nests in. The flooding causes a chain reactions of bad events that make 4th grade snow. We have some photos of the wood that we'd like to show you.
Don't forget the feral cats, girls. Mark our doors, and the children have to walk by.
Is that okay? Thank you.
Please consider this problem before it becomes too hard to handle.
Well, thank you so much. That was very brave of you to come up and speak. We are moving on to public comments on consent agenda A.
Dr. Ball, can I comment on the two young ladies?
Yes, you may,
I
sir.
just want to tell you, Ms. Holbrook, that to take care of that, please, and inspect it.
Absolutely.
You're very good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Nava. Public comments on consent agenda A. The public may address the board on consent agenda A, routine business. Each public speaker shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. Please state first and last name before starting.
George Duenas. Good evening, Board President Dr. Ball, school board members, and Superintendent Young. My name is George Duenas, and I am the athletic director at Lodi High. I wanted to come up here and show support to Ms. Edith Holbert and her team's request to deny the current softball bids for Lodi High and to reopen them up with a plan to include baseball and softball. Ms. Holbert and Mr. Lambert took the time to explain the reasonings and to show us the vision of our future project. We are very grateful for that, and Lodi High fully supports this decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Ansuela Garcia, community member, employee. Welcome, thank you. I'm calling first on consent agenda A1, the contract for the attorney. It's $100,000, and now they're asking for $200,000. And it says that the attorney helps with LEA and CSCA contracts, negotiations, and parent disputes and resolutions. And this is the same legal service we've been using where every year we're behind in negotiations, every year it's a hot mess, every year we're stuck, every year we have a conflict. And instead of changing, we're giving them a raise. This is the same attorney that got COLA, Mr. Porter, remember? They got COLA when no one else did. If it's not working, maybe we should make a change. A16, proposed revisions to board policies. Right underneath there's one about having bad photos on campus, using profane language, number 6. Number 8, using tobacco and alcohol. But number 7 says, staff, us, would not willfully disrupt district or school operations by loud or unreasonable noise or other action. I find that that's weird with pornography, profane language, and alcohol, that willfully disrupting, being loud or unreasonable noise doesn't quite seem the same, and it seems to be stomping on the First Amendment right to speak. And I know Dr. Ball likes polite meetings, and I totally get it, but Dr. King says, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. And Dr. King also says, changes does not roll in on the wheels of inevitability, but comes through continuous struggle. Things don't change because people say, okay, I'll change. Things change because people push a little bit harder. So I would like you to look at number 7 and see if that's meant to quiet First Amendment rights. That's a question I have for you. Thank you.
Lisa Lennon Wilkins, LEA President. I am also here to speak on the same agenda items. The contract with Kingsley Bogart. It is ridiculous that we are spending so much money where our bargaining sessions are not productive. So we need to change the way we're bargaining. We have, LEA has brought forward the idea of doing interest-based bargaining. And of course, Ms. Kim Bogart doesn't want to do that because she won't get paid as much. Because hopefully, doing a different way of bargaining, where we're both bargaining and when we're looking at the interests of both the district and the association and figuring out where they can merge instead of butting heads all the time or being given brick walls or vague answers where, you know, she's racking up the hours. Every time she comes here, she has a different Porsche that she's driving that she parks in the parking lot. That to me is disgusting. So you really need to think about that. And also, on board policy 4119.21, number 7, willfully disrupting district or school operations by loud or unreasonable noise or other action. We gotta make good trouble. And that's one way to do it. to get things to change, is to make good trouble. So don't suppress my right to make good trouble. And if that is being loud, if that is disrupting something that we feel is not right, that is my right. I have First Amendment rights. Everybody in this room has First Amendment rights. So we can use our voices to create a change, and I encourage everyone to do so. Thank you.
Would the board or staff like to pull any items from the consent agenda A?
Have to pull A1, please.
Do I have a motion for the rest?
Madam Chairman, I move that we approve the rest of routine agenda A.
I will need
Who was the second? Thank you.
student vote.
Aye.
Aye. And board vote, please.
Michelle, the second was by,
Yeah, thank you. All right, the motion passes 7-0. If we may go back to item A1, please. Mr. Clerk?
Yes. I'm looking at A1, please. I have A2 up here. Why? There we go. I just had a fence put in my house. I paid the guy for the job, not by the hour. Obviously, if I paid him by the hour, he'd still be working on the fence. It's kind of a simplistic term to this, but when you look at the law firm here on item 4, there's no incentive for them to close out the deal. I have preached to the choir numerous times about the fact that we need to take our bids out on law firms and take them out for bid. At the same time, there is no motivation here. Kingsley Bogart should be paid a flat rate for negotiations. We pay him $150,000, that's it. We negotiate. Why we're paying by the hour, I have no idea. There's no incentive for her or for her company to mitigate answers or come to solutions. Just like it would be stupid of me to pay a guy to work on my fence by the hour. Where's the incentive to finish the job so I can go move on to another job? So I have, since I've been on the board, after these legal firms that are taking money from our general fund, from the students, and we should be, in this case, I think, a flat rate to help us negotiate. There's no reason for us to be paid by the hour. So that's my feeling about A1 and particularly number 4 on A1.
Any other comments on that?
I do have some outstanding questions that I had asked about the services to see about what the service contract is that's still pending. So I do also have concerns on the contract.
On the same
On the same
okay.
A1 4.
Did you want to ask those questions right now?
It was aligned with Courtney. What was the extension? What are the services being provided? What was the amended agreement and what does it include?
Dr. Ball, members of the board, I thought I answered your question regarding the things that they have going on, the line items for each hour they worked. Negotiations is one piece of Kingsley Bogart's office. They also are involved in employee matters, specifically if there is a situation with an employee that requires an attorney. They have also been representing the district in the current negotiations of a new collective bargaining agreement with CSEA and specifically with Joe Cerna Junior Charter School. But as far as the hour by hour, line by line of all those, we can certainly provide that to you. Those do go to each division leader as they're involved, with employee matters, with Public Record Act requests, as we have received from the LA Times, and the legal process for turning over information, as well as dealing with the negotiations with CSEA and the new collective bargaining agreement with the Joe Cerna Junior non-certificated employees. They were, unlike the teachers who continue to fall under LEA, they do not fall under CSEA's collective bargaining agreement. So those are some of the reasons that they have additional billable hours with Lodi Unified School District. But if you want a more detailed line by line, we can also, I can work with April Juarez to provide that specific breakdown of each of those areas.
I just have one follow-up. Why haven't we looked at a flat rate?
I don't have an answer to why we haven't looked at a flat rate, I'm sorry.
Well, I would think it'd be something we should look forward to in the future. Especially, I'm curious, it's always $100,000, always the original amount, but that's for another day. But I think a flat rate, given all that they do, would be great. I'm sure there's a lot of legal firms out there that would like to do that. I know a lot of people in legal as well as insurance that work on a flat rate for large projects.
Would the board like a breakdown from April and Mr. Young? Kind of a show of hands, just if you would like it. I'm going to request you guys to just send it over. Just email it so everybody is in the know as to what's happening with the payments.
Provided, yes.
Thank you. All right, I am looking for a motion for item A1.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Student vote?
Aye.
Aye. And board vote, please. Okay, the motion passes 6 yes and 1 no. Okay, we'll move on to public comments on consent agenda B. The public may address the board on consent agenda B, student matters. Each public speaker shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. Any comments on student matters?
Dr. Ball, I move we approve student matters, routine agenda B.
Thank you, Mr. Nova. We have a second.
I'll second.
Thank you. The students do not vote on this. We need a board vote, please. Thank you. Motion passes 7-0. Moving on to public comments on other action items. The public may address the board on other action items. Each public speaker shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. Please do state your first and last name as you start talking, and are there any public comments on other action items?
Dr. Ball, Billy Yates, and a parent and a teacher, and on behalf of LEA, I would like to share this with you as well. I'm here today to ask the district if they plan to take action to mitigate the negative impacts of a 7-period day. The first and most significant concern is the increase in class size. It is mathematically impossible to move to a 7-period day without increasing class sizes. Will the district fund this? Today we all received an email from Superintendent Young about the goals of the 7-period day. One topic mentioned was additional AP classes and career electives. Who is going to teach these? Is the plan to increase class sizes in other subjects to open new sections, or will the district fund additional FTEs? Intervention support during the school day was also mentioned, but it is not part of the current plan. Where does that fit in? Making a resolution with the intent to figure out the details later set up students and teachers for failure. Do not table this resolution, vote no, and have it come back with a concrete plan that all stakeholders can review. Thank you.
Good evening, Susan Heverly. I just want Lodi Unified to be great. And my whole household works on it pretty much every day. So this is what I want to say about that same topic. If you look at how the 7-period day is currently being planned with no increase in funding, which is amazingly ridiculous, what happens is that you're going to steal classroom time from academic curriculum. So let's just maybe we're going to take 5 minutes out of every period. There'll probably be more, but we'll just take 5. So 5 times 5 is 25. So you lose 25 minutes of academic curriculum for your subject area every week. That's 50 minutes every 2 weeks, approximately 4 to 5 days every quarter. At the end of the school year, you've lost pretty much a whole month of school, of academic time. It's a direct assault on the core curriculum. I did request information from the district on some of these items, especially reducing about class size. I was told basically that it was too complex of an issue to be able to determine what the class size would be like. Class size and taking what we would call instructional time to do administrative work, again, impacts students. This thing should not go. And I'm going to tell you this. We've done this before at Lodi Unified. When we had something that was an idea, for example, year-round school, it was, oh, well, let's do it. We didn't have a plan. And then we ended up with concept 6. And we all know how awful that was. We don't know what this is going to be like because there's no plan. We can't just say, oh, we're going to have quality stuff because there's no plan. I'm saying vote no on this, have it come back, and have a specific plan so that we know what we're doing. Our children are just too important. Their education's too important. And this idea is too important to just brush aside. We need to be thoughtful. We need to know the details. And we need to be sure that our children's academic curriculum is not impacted by this decision. Thank you.
Deja vu from the first and second speaker. Good evening, Ron Heberly in Lodi. From going from a 6 to a 7 period day has advantages, but it also has disadvantages. There are many associated side effects, bless you, that need to be resolved. Many of these issues, there are so many of them, I'm going to just focus on 2 of them. One of them is increasing class size, and the other is decreasing instructional minutes that need to be rectified. If you have the same start and stop times for the school day by adding another period, you are in fact raising class sizes. Mathematically, it's the only thing you can do, unless you have a plan that has some resolution to that. You can partially mitigate the increase in class sizes by adding FTE, full-time equivalent teacher positions. One way, which is most likely going to occur, is that the teachers will be on a 120% contract. What this does is institutionalizes 120 contracts. I remember on the board when the priority was reducing combination classes in elementary and trying to reduce the 120s for the high schools. Now again, it's going to increase that. This resolution says nothing about what you're going to do about mitigating class sizes. The other issue is instructional time, and it will in fact reduce instructional time for the students who choose the classes that they're taking. Each one will be reduced. Either the curriculum content will not be taught, which reduces the depth of understanding of the material, or the content will be rushed through and the students will be at risk to not fully understanding the concepts that are being presented. One of the things you'll hear is Career Tech Ed, CTE. I was an occupational teacher. I taught ROP, which is now CTE. And everybody that knows me knows how important I believe CTE is for our students. Absolutely critical for them. The problem is it doesn't matter what the district has in the school catalog or what the kids choose as, I want to take this CTE course. It cannot happen unless there's a teacher to teach the course. So again, this resolution says nothing about what they're going to do about the class minutes. So this resolution is not a plan. This resolution is incomplete. People need to know outside of the district because it affects their precious children. Everybody needs to know what this is. And so if we're going to implement it, let's do it the right way the first time so the kids don't suffer. Thank you.
Here.
Good evening, Beth Osterman. Good evening, Board President Dr. Ball, members of the school board, and Superintendent Young. As many of you know, I have led the Lodi High Scheduling Committee for the last 2 years. While we made great gains in support for a schedule change to increase opportunities for our students, we were unsuccessful in passing an MOU, and thus here we are. It was not surprising that the district brought forward options for a 7-period schedule to the bargaining table, since neither us, Tokay, nor Bear Creek have had success in altering our current 6-period schedule through the MOU voting process. While I most certainly support a 7-period schedule, the concern I now have is, can we all work together in the best interests of our students? By all of us, I mean LEA leadership, elementary, middle, and high school teachers, site administrators, district administrators, and of course, our board members. In the last 5 weeks, it has felt like a guessing game of what is coming up next, and there have been mixed messages from both sides. We need clarity and transparency. All of us are anxious to start preparing ourselves and our students for the possible changes that lay ahead. I'm asking that the board support more time for our union to work with high school teachers from the 3 comprehensive sites on a hybrid schedule and encourage transparency from all parties. Creating a schedule that meets state and district minutes, includes a weekly early release collaboration time, has 2 lunches for the safety of our students, and an intervention period as recommended by WASC, complies with transportation needs, takes into account LTA and CTE, and has the support of all 3 high schools will take time. Believe me, I've tried on one school site for almost 2 years. I'm also asking that negotiations that do not relate directly to high school schedule development be kept separate. At the end of the day, we should all be on the same student-centered page in order to progress and move forward. Thank you.
Good evening, Corey Duenas. I work at Lodi High. Dr. President Board, Dr. Ball, Superintendent Neil Young, board members. I want to start by saying thank you to the board members that have reached out to the committee that I was with Beth Osterman on, as well as district leadership, our area directors, the numerous emails to nutrition services and transportation in working with us collaboratively the last 2 years.
Although our MOU was unable to pass both years, I am excited to see the resolution on the board agenda tonight. As Beth just stated, we are already planning for our next school year. Students are registering for classes currently. FTEs need to be allocated appropriately so that students can have the correct teaching and facility use. So I'm excited to see that it on here tonight. I would hope for approval. If it does pass, there is already board policy in place for McNair seniors. They take 8 classes a year. I would like to see the same board policy adopted for the other comprehensive high schools for the seniors that are on track and maybe are also A to G, that they would not have to take all 7 periods, the same as the policy that already exists for McNair. Thank you.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Leslie Mendoza y vengo acompañada con mi compañera Stephanie Oregel. Somos alumnas de la escuela Lodi High y miembros del Club Multicultural. Nos gustaría saber si podemos proseguir con esta presentación en español. Can we continue our presentation in Spanish?
Do we have a translator for everybody else?
I understand Spanish, so I don't.
Is Raphael here?
It's us. Thank you for offering, Caitlin. That was very kind of you.
¿Podemos proseguir?
Give him a minute.
Okay. Estamos aquí para abogar por la implementación de un horario de 7 periodos, el cual beneficiará enormemente a los maestros y estudiantes, especialmente aquellos en el programa de desarrollo del idioma inglés, EOD. Cambiar el horario proporcionará más oportunidades, permitiendo a los estudiantes cumplir con los requisitos A+G necesarios para ingresar a una universidad de 4 años. Este cambio no solo beneficiará a los estudiantes actuales, sino también a las futuras generaciones. Como estudiante de último año en Lodi High, desearía que esta discusión se hubiera llevado a cabo antes. Me habría abierto más puertas académicas y creo sinceramente que aún se puede corregir este error.
Okay. The students are here to advocate for the implementation of a 7-period schedule that will benefit teachers and students, particularly those in the English Language Development Program. Changing the schedule would provide more opportunities, allowing students to fulfill A through G requirements necessary for 4-year universities. This change would not only benefit students, but also future underclassmen. As a senior at Lodi High, she wishes this discussion had taken place sooner. It would have opened more academic doors for her, and she truly believes this oversight can still be corrected.
Como ex alumna de la programa EOD, me enfrenté a una decisión difícil. Abandoné la programa para cumplir mis requisitos A+G. Muchos estudiantes no saben esta opción, pero aunque lo supieran, ¿cómo tomarían esta decisión si no entienden completamente inglés? En un horario de 7 periodos permitiría a los estudiantes continuar con el programa EOD sin sacrificar su camino hasta haciendo su educación superior. Este sistema tiene la potencial de impulsar a los estudiantes y no dejarlos hacer sus sueños.
As a former ELD student, I faced a difficult choice, dropping out of the program in order to meet A through G requirements. Many students remain unaware of this option, but even if they were, how could they navigate it without fully understanding English? A 7-period schedule would enable students to continue ELD support while staying on track for higher education. This system has the potential to uplift students rather than diminish their dreams.
Si la estructura actual del horario no cambia, ¿cómo se espera que alcancemos el éxito académico? Muchos estudiantes aspiran a asistir a una universidad de 4 años, pero debido a la rigidez del horario del programa ELD, su única opción viable es inscribirse a un colegio comunitario antes de transferirse. Los padres han puesto su confianza en este distrito, creyendo que proporcionará los recursos necesarios para el éxito de sus hijos. Sin embargo, en lugar de ayudarlos, los están dejando en desventaja. Además, incluso si se revisa el horario, la falta de traductores sigue siendo un obstáculo importante. Sin servicios de traducción adecuados, los estudiantes tienen dificultades para comprender sus lecciones, lo que pone en riesgo su rendimiento académico. Creemos firmemente que cada estudiante tiene el potencial de sobresalir cuando se le proporcionan los recursos adecuados. Entendemos que hay fondos específicamente asignados para los estudiantes de ELD. Sin embargo, específicamente en Lodi High, solo hay 4 traductores de los que yo sé, disponibles para aproximadamente 200 estudiantes de ELD. Esto plantea una pregunta crítica: ¿a dónde está yendo ese dinero? La página del Distrito Escolar Unificado de Lodi establece como misión: la Lodi USD proporcionará la mejor educación para que todos los estudiantes tengan éxito en la vida. Si este es realmente el compromiso del distrito, les estamos a abordar esas preocupaciones e implementar soluciones que garanticen un acceso equitativo a la educación para todos los estudiantes. Los padres han puesto su confianza en ese sistema para ayudar a sus hijos a tener éxito, pero en lugar de eso, los están fallando.
If the current scheduling structure remains unchanged, how can we be expected to achieve academic success? Many students aspire to attend a 4-year university, yet the rigid ELD schedule often forces them to start at a community college instead. Parents place their trust in the district, believing it will provide the necessary resources for their children's success. Instead, students are being placed at a disadvantage. Additionally, even if the schedule is revised, the lack of translators remains a major obstacle. Without proper translation services, students struggle to understand their lessons, jeopardizing their academic performance. We firmly believe that every student has the potential to excel when provided with the proper resources. It is our understanding that funding is specifically allocated for ELD students, yet at Lodi High, only 4 translators that I have seen serve approximately 200 ELD students. This raises a critical question: where is the funding going? Lodi Unified School District mission states, Lodi USD will provide the best education for all students to be successful in life. If this is truly the district's commitment, we urge you to address these concerns and implement solutions that ensure equitable access to education for all students. Parents have placed their trust in this system to help their children succeed, yet instead it is failing them. Thank you for your time and attention.
Wow, those are the students, right? Good evening, President Ball, members of the board, Superintendent Walkinshaw, student representatives, Michelle.
Or Mr. Young.
Wow. Wow, Superintendent Neil Young.
Bill Hewitt.
We can go back to my ultimate favorite, which was Dale Alberti, so, but my apologies, Miss. Michelle Oregon, not knowing what year it is, 2025, I guess. I am here today to discuss the movement of this body making towards implementing a 7-period day. We have heard many pros and cons tonight. However, this was proposed to the teachers on December 10th, and since then, we have been working to come up with some solutions. The high school teachers have all met together to discuss this and weigh the pros and cons personally at each respective high schools affected. Then, on January 10th, we received the ultimatum that the district would impose this change. The bargaining team has worked with you to share the concerns and the preferences expressed by the high school teachers, but these are being completely ignored. Furthermore, when there was talk about creating a more preferred hybrid schedule, the district then issued the ultimatum that elementary schools would also have to have every Wednesday be a minimum day. Have you talked to elementary families about this? No. Today, we received an email from Superintendent Yale Young stating that this decision would have no effect on the elementary schools. His wording was, as I quote, "As this does not require district-wide weekly common planning time." That begs the question, then what does required weekly common planning time for elementary schools mean? Clearly, the intent is to force teachers to choose between a straight 7-period day or be forced into having minimum days every Wednesday for elementary schools. It can only be concluded that this resolution can have an impact on elementary schools. As most elementary schools the last 2 days have been asked to vote on, do we want to change our CP day tomorrow to an AC day? Because in a short-term fly by the seat of our pants change to trimesters problem in elementary, the AC day does not match up with now the timeline for our report cards going out. So our sites are voting through their administrators to change these actions. If we had a plan going into trimesters, this would have been resolved in our contract language, and we would not be wasting time on sites doing this. This is the same issue. We don't want a resolution. We need a plan with thoughtful care delineated for all parties that be. So we are not, there's no emergency created for us on the backside to quickly fix things once it's been done. Please take your time and vote this down so that you can come up with a plan, not a resolution. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Ball and board members and Superintendent Young. My name is Kathleen J. I'm a teacher and a parent. I'm here to speak about the 7-period proposal. I have concerns about the district's plan to move forward to a 7-period day. Although there is no official plan presented tonight, the details that have emerged are already problematic. One of the schedules the district has shared has shortened passing periods and shorter lunches. Now, by adding a full extra period, students will have even less time for bathroom breaks and to decompress during lunch. This is especially problematic for students who leave campus during lunch. Why haven't we asked the students what they want? Why haven't we asked the parents what they want? LUSD seems to be making decisions in a vacuum. I urge you not to table this resolution, vote no, and ask for a more concrete plan that all stakeholders can review. Thank you.
Mike Everly, teacher, also parent. Good evening, Dr. Ball, members of the board, Mr. Young. I want to take a moment. I'm always apprehensive coming up here, given my position. So I'm coming to you as a Bear Creek teacher with people who have given me concerns about a straight 7. I've made a list of people who have reached out to me over the years, or over the coming weeks. PE, they talk about this new time constraint. It takes time to change. Anyone who's been in a secondary school knows how PE runs. You get in, you change, you get out, you do calisthenics, warm up so you don't pull something, come back in. This movement to a shorter time does not allow for PE teachers to actually teach PE. Studio classes such as ceramics have a hard time doing the same thing. It's all about setup. Ag classes, our ag department came up and was talking about the different things that they do where there is a substantial amount of setup time. And I'm saving the last because it's a personal one, is lab classes. We do a lot of labs in science. A shorter period makes some of those impossible. And to give you an example, this district, we had some people in this district who were phenomenal at getting us these new mini ones. It's a gel electrophoresis piece where students can actually perform safe gel electrophoresis within a period. It's an incredibly powerful learning tool. That will become extremely difficult under a straight 7. I believe that ultimately it's not in the best interest of students to move these to a shorter lunch or a shorter passing period, as someone beat me to the punch on that one. I think that we need to value student time, and as students walk through the hallways, they connect with their peers at that time. They need to be able to use the bathroom. Students not being able to use the bathroom during passing period makes them have to use the bathroom during class. And again, another side effect when you try to squeeze too many things in. I really strongly oppose the implement first and figure it out later approach. So I'm asking this body to please vote no on this resolution and let us come up with a plan. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Young, Cabinet, and members of the board. My name is Sherry Carson. I'm the Bell Schedule Committee Coordinator at Bear Creek High School. I am here tonight to speak regarding the 7-period Bell Schedule proposal. At Bear Creek High School, we have a slogan called the Bruin Way. This is how we discuss our school cultural values. Today, I decided that I would take you on a journey of evaluating the simple 7-period day schedule through our Bruin Way value system. The B in Bruin Way stands for Be Prepared. Are members of the school board fully informed and prepared to make a decision tonight that will impact roughly 3/4 of Lodi Unified High School students and their families? The R in Bruin Way stands for respect. Do you feel that you have received sufficient student and parent information to make a decision that respects our communities and supports all stakeholders? Offering an additional class period of opportunity without structuring the schedule in a manner that promotes student success will not serve our students and families. Some students are already struggling juggling 6 classes, sports, clubs, after-school jobs, and family responsibilities. The U represents understanding diversity. Do you feel that the diverse needs of each school students will be best supported by any of the schedules being proposed to the school board as an action item to be voted on tonight? Each high school in our district is unique, but I know that we can find common ground because we have been working together across the district since last school year. The I in Bruin represents interacting positively with your community. Do you feel that moving forward with a vote tonight on any schedule that has been presented to the school board will have a net positive effect on the majority of our student population? Are we modeling to our students that we care about them, that their success and emotional well-being matters to us? The N in Bruin stands for never give up. I believe strongly that a 7-period schedule is the right path for Lodi Unified Schools, but I believe the options that we have seen are not right for the majority of our students. I am not giving up on the 7-period day. I believe that we should go back to the table and continue to work across the 3 high schools collaboratively to find the schedule that works the best for our students. Personally, I will barely be affected by the bell schedule change. I'm here tonight for my students and colleagues who love classes like Intro to Foods, Agriculture, Chemistry, Biology, Theater, Choir, among many others. We cannot sacrifice our students' favorite hands-on learning and project-based classes to the dictatorship of a simple 7 schedule. We can do better together. I'm asking for the board to vote no on a simple 7-period schedule tonight and request that the district work with union leadership and/or bell schedule committee members to find a schedule that better meets the needs of our students and families moving forward.
President Dr. Ball, members of the board, Mr. Young, Lisa Lennon-Wilkins, president of LEA. I want to emphasize that LEA is not objecting to a 7-period schedule. We are objecting, though, as to how this has come about. In negotiations, when this was presented, we had 2 options, a hybrid schedule and a straight 7. And we were told in bargaining, and we were actually just told in bargaining as of yesterday, that a hybrid schedule would be tied to an elementary weekly CP day. Now, Mr. Young has come out today and said that no, they are separate. If that is true, I want that written.
Yes.
In a proposal that is passed across the table to assure our members who teach elementary that they are not going to be held hostage by what goes on with a high school schedule. And I'm also questioning why the community has not had the opportunity to have any input. Not on a high school 7-period schedule, not on a weekly common planning time. I'm not saying that a weekly common planning time isn't beneficial. I know several districts who do that, including Elk Grove down the road. However, what I do object to is implementing it without getting community input on how it's going to affect those parents and those families. I do object to increasing time because the schools that do have it, the elementary schools that do have it, they're working longer for no compensation. It's just wrong how the district has decided to go about this. Plus, there's no plan. And then also, even at the committee that was created to explore weekly common planning time, there were objections that came up on both sides, from the administrative side and the teacher side, about classroom, just having room. How are we going to take care of our youngest learners, our TK and our kindergarten students who often have an AM class and a PM class? They're going to have to share a classroom. For TK, they're going to be out of compliance of Ed Code mandated ratios of adults to students. Okay, that, by the way, you can get fined. Look at LA Unified. They got a huge fine for being out of compliance. We do not have the facilities to do that right now. So why impose it? I don't understand why everything is done saying we're going to do this, and when I asked Mr. Young about this at one time, I said, what are we going to do about the classroom issue, especially for TK and K? And he said, teachers can figure it out. No, it's not teachers who should figure it out. You guys get paid the big bucks. That is your job to figure it out. It is not the teacher's job. We are not managers. It's in our job description. We don't have that capacity in a school. So again, if you want to, you need to keep those 2 separate, the high school schedule separate, the elementary schedule separate, and we need to have plans that are well thought out, that have input from all stakeholders before they're implemented. Thank you.
All right, good evening, Board President Dr. Ball, school board members, and Superintendent Neil Young. My name is George Duenas and I'm a teacher at Lodi High. My wife also teaches at Lodi High and all 4 of my kids attend Lodi Unified Schools. I stand before you to speak about a board matter, the approval of a 7-period schedule. We're at a critical time where the opportunity to support our students and help them succeed is within our reach. As you may recall, when we first began our committee meetings at Lodi High and met with district leadership and board members, a key question was raised. If we were unable to vote in a MOU to support the students, would this board step in to help? At that time, you had faith in the teachers, and we hoped for a solution that will allow us to move forward together. Unfortunately, despite our best efforts, we were unable to vote it in, but now find ourselves with a new opportunity. The board has a chance to help us nudge things in the right direction toward a solution that creates more opportunities for our students. Right now, the facts are there are conversations happening at 3 comprehensive high schools where English learner students are being told, even though you pass all your courses, there simply aren't enough periods in a day for you to graduate or be A through G. This is a reality that is unacceptable and is something we can address with the right support and the right decisions today. By approving a 7-period schedule, we can open the doors for our students, giving them the opportunities that they need to thrive without being limited to the constraints of our current system. This is not only an opportunity for us to support our students, but also for both sides of our bargaining team to come together and negotiate a schedule that works best for everyone. With this approval, negotiations can now move forward to create a hybrid schedule, finding the balance that serves the needs for both teachers and students. However, it is important to note that time is of the essence for our students. They do not have the luxury of waiting for the perfect solution when they're already at a disadvantage. Fortunately, we do currently have the full FTEs necessary to make a 7-day period a reality. This means we do have the resources to implement a solution that would directly benefit students in the short term. I ask for your support in improving this. Let's make a decision today that ensures our students have the resources they need to not only graduate, but to excel. Thank you.
Hi, Ansuela Garcia, Dr. President Ball, school board members, Mr. Young. I have too many superintendents, I can't remember all their names. I'm wearing a Leah shirt, but I'm speaking as a kindergarten teacher, speaking for my colleagues and for the kids that are coming towards us. We want those kids to be super successful, and so Dr. Ball, let's pretend that every Wednesday, Dr. Lowe's office brought all his patients and his staff to your office. They don't bring any extra equipment, they don't bring any extra space, you have to serve all your patients at this highest level of service. Every Wednesday. That's what it would be like in many TK and kindergarten classes across the district. When I taught kindergarten and I had an AM PM class, I taught kindergarten on the stage. Lunch was happening, I was on the stage. Anything was happening, I was on the stage. I tried to tell the parents it was the best. It was fine, it wasn't fine. What I'm asking for is that the high school teachers get the schedule they need. Whatever they think it is, I trust them, they're professionals. What I ask is that you keep elementary out of it. Don't use it as a carrot. Well, if you do this, then you're gonna get that, or if you don't do this, you're not gonna get that. That's not right for the students, not right for the staff, it's not right for our families. Would be 42 days where some schools have to share. I don't have to share at this time. Maybe now someone will change it and I do. I don't have to share, but other people do. 42 days, that's 23.3% of a 4, 5, 6-year-old's school year. That is not how it should be. That's not what we should be doing. Serve the high school kids, do what they need, come back and find a solution to work for elementary. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Ball, members of the board, Superintendent Young. My name is Keith Russell. I teach computer and science and robotics over at Lodi High. Very happy to be here. I also am a parent in the district. Both my young children are going to soon be facing the challenges of our overcrowded TK and kindergarten programs. So I am fully vested in this conversation. I've been on the scheduling committee at Lodi High for the past 2 years and been back and forth with all the logistics and making the numbers work, and I appreciate the challenges before us. There is no perfect schedule. Everything is a give and a take. My concerns are basically everything in the previous commenters have said, but I really want to dial in on 2 things. One of the biggest cons of moving to a 7-period day, as many of you know and have heard, is the mathematically required increase in class sizes. My concern is that as our current contract is written, a staffing ratio of 30-to-1 equates to average class sizes of 42-to-1. Unacceptable, right? So please know that while I do recognize and emphasize many of the benefits that come with the 7-period day, you can't expect teachers to vote yes on something like this. You have to, whether it's a board policy that caps it, whether it's in the contract, we need firm class size caps, period. Second issue comes to why does this include elementary schools? In these 2 years, there's a lot of logistical issues going on. I'm hoping we can get clarification today, right now, hopefully, as to, number one, does this actually include a required change to elementary school schedules? And more importantly, why would we need that change? Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I am requesting our superintendent to give us a clarification on the last question. Do we have a separation between our 7-day period for high schools and CP days for elementary?
What I would do, Dr. Ball, members of the board, I would defer to the conversation that Aaron Church had with the LEA negotiating team to clarify that conversation that they had. The common planning MOU that was signed last year was in no way tied to the discussions about a 7-period day. The committee met, made some recommendations, but I would have to clarify the conversation that Aaron Church had with the LEA negotiating team specifically about this topic.
Sure. President Ball, the proposals that were shared did not include elementary. It was specific to the high schools. The bargaining session that we did have yesterday that Ms. Wilkins was referring to, we asked, after hearing a great deal of feedback, that there was a concern with the elementaries. We asked if separating the common planning completely out of the high school schedule would assist, and what we were told was yes, they would need to be separated. And my team's recollection of that was, we said that would be fine. Our priority was the high schools and the 7-period day, not common planning across the board.
So they will be kept separate. They are not, the 7-day period does not in any way demand a half or a common planning day of the elementary schools.
That is correct. They do not need to be tied.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you clarify what you just said? You said they don't need to be tied, but are they tied?
The proposals do not include the elementary sites. They only include the 3 comprehensive high schools.
Okay.
Write it down, write it down.
Well, thank you. I think we have the clarification we need. Yes. We will go one at a time with all the action items. So it's another action item 1, resolution 2025-11, hiring of the short-term classified employees. Ms. Church.
President Ball, members of the board, before you is a resolution for short-term employees for it's short-term work that typically goes on for special ed programs over the summer.
Do we have any student comments on that? Any board comments?
Motion approved. Second.
All right, we'll go on to student vote for other action item 1.
Dr. Ball, point of clarification. Okay, so who was the first on it?
I was.
Okay, thank you. I'll make sure. The second. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Other action item 1 passes 7-0. We move on to other action item 2. It's a resolution 2025-12 authorizing the Lodi Unified School District to make application for and to sign certain assurances with respect to applications for local, state, and federal program projects and grants. Ms. Wolbert?
Sorry, Dr. Ball. Yes, this is a resolution authorizing us to move forward for additional grant opportunities with our electric buses and infrastructure.
Do we have student comments on this OAI 2? Any board comments?
Ms. Ball, I move we approve this resolution.
Second. Who's second?
Thank you. It passes, motion passes 7-0. Thank you. We move on to other action item 3, resolution 2025-18, 7-period day at Bear Creek, Tokay, and Lodi High Schools. Mr. Young?
Yeah, tonight I recommend that the board adopt a resolution which will require high schools that are currently on the 6-period schedule to move to a 7-period schedule effective 25-26. A 7-period day would allow for a wider range of course options, including electives and career pathways, enable students to earn more credits each year, allow more students to achieve A through G completion, allow students to engage in credit recovery during the school year, provide greater opportunity for interventions, increase graduation rates, and increase opportunities for early college classes and dual enrollment. The district is committed to utilizing the current staffing formula to determine necessary increased staffing for this model. This model will be compliant with the CBA between the district and LEA, including class size and length of the teacher day. Teachers will teach 5 out of 7 periods. Teachers will have 2 preparation periods per day, or if another model is looked at, that would be to ensure that at least 2 periods are in fact prep periods. This model will have no impact on common planning time. This is completely separate from any discussions or negotiations regarding common planning time. While the decision to determine the educational platform is at the discretion of the board, and that is what I brought before you this evening, the district negotiation team has met with LEA several times to discuss the benefits of a 7-period day, given the district's willingness to explore alternative schedules such as a hybrid 7-period day. If you approve this resolution, it is our sincere hope that a schedule will be agreed upon that includes teacher voices, site administrator voices, negotiation team input for sure, and that considers the needs of the students at the 3 high schools. I also want to emphasize that even though it has been difficult to pass site MOUs, as been expressed this evening, that still remains a right to develop a schedule through that process. Finally, if there is a perception that this resolution will change the middle school schedule, I want to be clear, this resolution is only for the 3 high schools listed on the resolution. So it's before you for your consideration for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Do we have student comments on this? I am looking for board comments on this resolution.
Yes, I have a question. And I understood what you said, Superintendent Young. If this gives the high schools the right to conduct their own 7-period schedule logistics, is that correct?
With the way that the LEA contract reads, that needs to, what the actual day would look like would be something that needs to go through negotiations unless a schedule exists that meets all the requirements of the LEA contract, specifically the workday provision. But it wouldn't preclude sites at looking at schedules that could be considered.
And this would not increase class size?
As I stated prior, we would look at the formula. We would look at the formula that exists for the current staffing and make the increased staffing, and we would increase the staffing to address the change in the schedule. From
No
the
class increase in size?
That would not, no, that we would give the additional staff to the 3 sites.
That's not what this resolution says. I have some questions.
Yes, Ms. Lindemann.
So given that there is some challenges with staffing and hiring, do you anticipate greater challenges making sure that you can meet those class size requirements?
I cannot anticipate exactly what will happen, but yes, staffing is difficult right now, and yes, we have to consider that. I think we also have to look at interested teachers in working on one of those 2 prep periods to take on additional courses to make the master schedule work.
My next question is there a plan to increase security if you're having all the students at singular lunch? Have you assessed the impact of having that much in that one singular area?
If the net result of what comes out, the final schedule and what it looks like, ends up with 1 lunch, we would absolutely need to look at the nutrition services aspect of it, as well as considering the security going on during high school lunch.
Do you have a plan in place so that you can help support the teachers and everyone with an implementation strategy?
We would certainly utilize the professional development if there is a change to how the schedule looks. As far as helping with implementation, this resolution wouldn't create the schedule. This is creating an expectation of 7 periods, and that would be something that is worked at school sites, and our professional development department and our administrative staff would be there to assist with that process.
I have 2 more questions, but I'll let someone, I've got to formulate it. Can I?
Okay,
go?
sure. Andy McKenna?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Dixon.
The 7-period day, for me, has always been something that I wanted since I started on the board. And then when I heard Beth Osterman's, Ms. Osterman's efforts at Lodi High, I was really intrigued. And I know that the administration here and myself wanted it to be organic. We wanted it to come from within the teachers. And that was our goal. And then many obstacles come into place. And given my other job profession that I do, I see so many schools in Northern California and Southern California. Most of them are on 7-period days. And there's a reason for it. It's student achievement. Now, you can complain all you want about different things, and I agree with you. Minimizing periods is not the way to go. Is this the minimizing period one, the one that I like? No, I have a very particular schedule that I like. It's hybrid. It's used by the top high schools in the state of California, public, and it allows for a lot of flexibility for students, increased class time for hands-on, and it all done within the normal school day. And if you look at the test scores, and that's our benchmark, that's our scoreboard, they've improved. We are not. So I hear the little jokes and so forth going back and forth, and I had wished personally, I'm speaking for myself now, that this would be an organic development brought through by collaboration with teachers and site administrators and students, and something that the board could support. Unfortunately, it's hit roadblocks. And now we're at the point where we're gonna have to do a 7-period day because student achievement, because that's what we're here for. Obviously, safety, all that, nurturing, that's all goes into, we know that. But we're also here for students to achieve. As you heard so eloquently from those 2 young students, this helps in so many different areas. Not just those kids that are going on to college, or those kids that want to go on to junior college, or those kids that have a whole different pathway they want to attend. It gives them flexibility. At the same time, it allows us to provide intervention with those students that are struggling and helping them improve. So even though I don't like one of the proposed 7-period days, I will be voting for this because it helps student achievement. As much as you can come up and bring to me class size, you can talk about all the other things you want to talk about in terms of the bathrooms and all that. The data is there. 7-period days increases student achievement for high school. This is a high school issue. It's separate from elementary. It's been made clear over and over again tonight. So remove that. We're looking at the high schools for once in all my years of being on the school board. And this is something that's going to help high school students find a pathway to success. And that's what we're here for. So I'll be voting yes on this. Do I like some of the proposed schedules? Not really. And I'm hoping that after we get through this evening, we can get back to being organic.
What do you mean by organic, Mr. Porter?
I'm talking grassroots, teachers, parents, and we're going to lead the way, the board is, in helping you do that. But we're going to have a 7-period day.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Sherry? Mr. Stroke, go ahead.
Just real quick, I'm basically echoing what Courtney said. I'm not as long-winded as him, so I'll keep it short. But I was an EL teacher with language development. It was called those days for probably 25 years, and one time a ton longer than anybody in Lodi, Lincoln, or Stockton Unified. And I was really moved by what the young ladies were saying. I only understood about half of it because my kids are bilingual. And what the teacher from things. So I will be voting for it too. It might rub some people wrong, but I always do so. Anyway, but I would also agree that I would like people to work together to develop what's best for the comprehensive high schools.
I just was, somewhere along the way, it seems like it became an either-or situation, and things got very convoluted. And so we're not choosing which schedule to vote for. We are choosing, correct me if I'm wrong, to move forward with a 7-period day concept. Am I correct in that?
Yes. If the board makes this decision, there are impacts and effects of that decision, and we will negotiate with the teachers. Our interest is the same as the board's, that the teachers who have put in significant time weighing the needs of their sites would also be a part of those discussions, so that ultimately the daily schedule and how it is finally developed has that involvement of the 3 high schools, Leah's negotiating team, as well as input from site administration on the implementation thereof.
And stating again, the separation of the elementary school. And that comes down to, for me, we had our gentleman from McNair who spoke about having to choose because he couldn't fit all his schedule in. Seeing the 2 girls tonight, it comes down to it's always about the kids and what's best for them and figuring out how that's working. But we all have to work together on this, and I just want to make things very clear because things seem to be very muddled in how this is working.
Mr. Young, you and I have had many conversations on this, and you're probably sick of me asking. I don't want to see a class at 42. I do not want to increase class size. And if this, I'm a yes vote on this because we do not like our test scores. Everyone sitting on this board we roundtable, just like you do in your classrooms, just like you do in your small groups. What do we do differently? And all indicators point to 7 periods. Our job is to tell you, we want more, we expect more. Having roundtable for several years now, I've been on the board, we can't get there. We've tried every way to get there. Our low achieving, our high achieving, we're not getting it done. And so I feel that moving to a 7-period day gives us the chance to get there. Do I like everything about it? I'll echo my other board members, no. I don't like that we're gonna lose 4 minutes per class period based on what I'm seeing. I don't like that students have to choose, but there are more benefits to 7 than not. I'm willing to give it a shot. What I don't want us to do is get into this, because our directive, if we vote yes, everyone has their choice to vote. If we vote yes, it means we want you to look deeper at it and figure out a plan. If we cannot make this fit, and it doesn't look like it's gonna work, then we need to work harder, because as Mr. Porter has said, successful schools up and down our state are at a 7-period. We've all looked at it. There are things, again, I don't like, but I have trust and faith in your cabinet and you. We're asking you to create a tall order with the members of our district. That means everyone's involved in how this is going to come out. This isn't board members want this and hey, great, figure it out later. There's lots of communication, there's been lots of discussions, we've been asking a lot of questions, and I think we are on to something. I don't know what the final product is gonna look, but I'm hoping, and it better give us the results that we need in this district for our students. Again, we want everyone happy and content. You know, while we're all here for the students, we also know we have a lot of employees and a lot of people that have to come to work and want to be at Lodi Unified. So in order to make Lodi great, we need to produce a great student, and I know that you and your team will be able to do that. So as Mr. Porter said, I will be voting yes on this.
Did you want to follow up with your question? Ms. Lindemann?
I mean, I grew up in San Diego County. We also had a 7-period day, so I've seen the positives of this. I mean, I was a varsity athlete. I was in the band. I see positive impacts of this. I do have concerns with implementation, which I'm sure hopefully we can come together and create a great implementation strategy and plan, and involving everyone here, right? And I know that there were definitely questions about the impact to seniors, the implementation strategy. So maybe as you go into looking into this plan, is providing people more clarity on impacts of policies on those senior students. Would they have to take all 7 courses? Would they be impacted by that? And then just making sure, you know, would the MOUs have enough time, or would each site have enough time to set an MOU between now and the beginning of the year?
I cannot speak to the specific timelines that LEA has for their MOU process. What I can tell you that from our standpoint, our goal is to sit down and get input from the 3 high schools. They had committees that met and had different opportunities that they saw as viable, and sit down with LEA and negotiate with the hopes of coming up with a schedule that really is with the input of the 3 high schools. As far as implementing a schedule that may look different, that's different than the initial process of developing a master schedule, scheduling students through that process with guidance counselors. I mean, there are some immediate steps that we need to consider for current juniors for their senior year, sophomores for their junior and senior year, freshmen because of where they sit with credits. I know that Dr. Horton will need to begin doing that immediately if that is the direction of the board. And I believe what you're bringing up, Mrs. Lenderman, is a great idea. Having a place on our website where we can give updates of what is going on so everyone can see in a transparent fashion what is going on every step of the way as we create a collaborative schedule or look at the schedules that work with the high schools.
Good? Okay.
Motion approved.
I'll second.
let me skip a comment there, but anyhow, I will go with the motion that has been asked for. I do need student vote on this, please.
I vote yes.
I abstain. And board vote, please. We do have a motion that passes 7-0 for this. I do want to appreciate everybody's input, positive, negative. It makes a big difference in whatever's to come of this. Thank you. We are moving on to item OAI 4, ratification of memorandum of understanding with Lodi Pupil Personnel Association, school closure due to a state of emergency. Ms. Church.
President Ball, members of the board, before you is an MOU resolution in case of an emergency that would shut down a school or a collection of schools, potentially the district, for work accommodations for LPPA for your approval.
Any student comments on this? And board comments?
I move we approve this resolution.
I need a student vote, please.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, and a board vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Item OAI 5, ratification of the tentative agreement with Lodi Pupil Personnel Association. Ms. Church.
President Ball, members of the board, before you is the tentative agreement for LPPA closing out this year's contract for your approval.
Any student comments? Any board comments on this?
Motion approved. Second.
Thank you. We'll go for student vote on this, please.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, and board vote. Coming up. I see I am looking at my neighbor's screen here, but mine's not updating. Motion passes 7-0. Yeah, it's not showing yet. Okay, we'll move on. There, it does. Thank you. Other action item 6, ratification of the side letter with Lodi Pupil Personnel Association, additional lead counselor stipend. Ms. Church.
President Ball, members of the board, before you is a side letter outlining an additional lead counselor stipend with LPPA for your approval.
Motion to approve.
We'll go for student comments. I'm sorry, I have to. Student comments? Are there any board comments on this? I have a quick question before we move on. What's a side letter?
It more accurately reflects that this is an item not found in the contract.
Okay. Like an amendment? Not.
It's very similar to an MOU.
Okay. Well, thank you. Looking for a motion, please.
Motion approved.
Second.
I did have a motion, but I didn't have to continue because I wasn't done. Thank you. I need student vote on this, please.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, and board vote. Motion passes 7-0. We are moving to public comments on reports. The public may address the board on reports. Each public shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. Are there any comments on reports?
President Dr. Ball, members of the board. Yes, so on the reports, the communication survey results to me paint a false positive satisfaction. And the main reason for that is if you look at the PowerPoint, I think it's slide 5 or 4 out of 19, overwhelmingly, the people who answered are in English. And we know in this district that less than 89% of the people who are parents or families in this district have English as their first language. So that tells me that this survey wasn't accessible to people who don't have English as their primary language. So for people who have English as their primary language and they're responding to communications, they think it's all hunky-dory because that's their language. That's their language of choice. That's the language that the district chooses to communicate in. So I think you really need to take a look at this data with a huge grain of salt. We just had 2 students here who spoke in Spanish. I know that at the school that I teach in, we have a lot of kids who speak Spanish. They speak Hmong. They speak Farsi. They speak other languages. I would say that at least 50% of the students at my school, English is a second language. So again, if the survey is not accessible in their language, people are not going to be able to respond, and this data is not accurate. So I want you to take that into account when you look at the communication survey. Thank you.
Can I seek clarification on that? Sure. Could you let us know if that survey was given in other languages?
Yes, members of the board, it was not only provided in English, but Chelsea will be able to go more into detail with that when she provides her reports. But of every single language, I can't speak right now. I know, for example, it was provided in Spanish as one example. But again, Director of Communications will be able to share more details about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
President Val, members of the board, Superintendent Young, Mal Washer. I'm also a Spanish speaker. This is something on Rodrigo Contreras, CSEA president, sorry. I wanted to talk about the college and career pathway. Anything that is good for the students, our members in the community, we're all in for. However, there's a small oversight. I see that there's a new director being installed. However, the assistant to the director, which is the secretary, is not in here. Typically for the duties and the responsibilities of any area directors or directors is the admin secretary. And what I see on this proposition is a categorical program assistant to address the needs of a director. So we can get that. I'm sure it's something that was overlooked, that can be corrected very easily. We would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
We are going into our reports in detail. College and Career Department update, Dr. Horton.
Yes, Board President Ball, members of the board, Mr. Young, Cabinet. You see on the screen, if you follow along with me, we'll go to the next slide. I wanted to start off with a little bit of a different approach. I wanted to share 2 numbers with the board, 731 and 686, to help put in perspective why this work is so important. We worked and partnered with our friends over at Delta College and gathered some of this data and wanted to share with you that the 686 represents the total number of students from Lincoln High School alone that were enrolled in Delta College classes between the years of 2022 to 2024. The 731 is the entire Lodi Unified School District during the same period. So if we take 4 high schools, comprehensive high schools, compared to 1 high school, you can see that we have work to do when we talk about our neighbors, neighboring districts, those in our same region. And we have a lot of work to do to have our students have the same opportunities that other students in other districts have. So the urgency is real. Next slide, please. So if you recall, we had a study session on October the 29th, 2024 here in this room, and we talked about and went around to discuss many of the items and details that are very pertinent to college career going on in Lodi Unified. In doing that, we began to explore the ideas of how to expand and put a spotlight on this work to benefit our students so that when they exit our high schools, they have more preparation and more opportunity both on the career side and the college side, depending on whatever they and their families choose for them to do. Next slide, please. So from that October 29th board study session, we outlined and rolled out the importance of looking at the college career indicator measures that are on the California School Dashboard through CDE. And in doing that, it becomes rather clear and obvious that there are many opportunities for growth and improvement that we can take on, both on the college side and the career side. So plenty of work to do and plenty of exciting work to do. Next slide, please. When we came back on November the 5th, 2024 in this meeting, we began to explore the plan that we would start to get these wheels in motion. We looked at the Curriculum Council 6142 board policy, or rather, oh, those were switched, by the way. That's an error. Should be board policy 6146.1 and board rule 6142. The 6142 belongs to Curriculum Council so that we can look at the work we do to make sure that we have a very collaborative and transparent process to send our course outlines and textbook approvals through and then bring to the board for final approval. We looked at board policy 6146.1. We've already gone back and looked at some tentative language on what we can do to look at graduation requirements. Part of that now changes in its calculation, and that is with tonight's passage of the 7-period day. We will go back now and put final refinements on 6146.1 because you now move from what would be 240 credits earned by a student who participates 4 years in Lodi Unified to now 280. So we now have more possibilities, so there's more room for more classes, and we now need to look at what those impacts will be across a 4-year stay for a student in Lodi Unified. The other piece that we brought back on November the 5th was to look at a program coordinator, an administrator on special assignment position that would be funded through the UC A through G grant, and also counselor on special assignment that would serve as a district-wide counselor to promote college career readiness across all schools. Next slide, please. On November the 19th, we brought that language or rather we had that as part of our discussion on November the 19th, Board Rule 6142. We looked at that, but after further discussion with Leah, we're looking at a more collaborative approach with that and actually have more survey data that was gathered through Curriculum Council that I think puts us in an even better position to do work in a very collaborative and timely way. There's another Curriculum Council meeting happening in about a week or so that we will have even more conversation with that. So more language to come, and that will come back to the board at a future meeting. 6146.1, as I mentioned, the language has been drafted, but we put it on hold waiting the pending outcome of the 7-period day vote. And now with that concluding tonight, getting that over that finish line, we can now go back and start to look at the differences that need to be made in board policy to have 280 credits across 4 years versus 240. Also, in the November 19th board meeting, we brought and approved a program coordinator position and the counselor on special assignment position. There was a third member of that team that was proposed at that time, the AVID coach, and that person is already on staff, so there's no change to any current staffing for that. And next slide, please. After the November the 19th meeting, with more conversation, we looked at the career side of the house and recognized that there would need to be even more work done on the career side. To bring that up, bringing on a program coordinator would have tremendous advantage by looking at what that person does on the college side, but it still leaves a lot of work to be done on the career side. In doing that, we started to think about what was already existing in Lodi Unified, in particular Lincoln Technical Academy, and the broader discussion that we could have with that. Next slide, please. So at Lincoln Technical Academy, some things that are, I think, important for the board to understand. We currently have 19 CTE pathways in operation that are operated at Lincoln Technical Academy. That's a very impressive number, and there are not very many districts in the state that could get all the way to 19. So that is already very impressive. We do a lot of things as support from Lincoln Technical Academy that spread across all the comprehensive high schools, and that is providing oversight for grants, trainings, the purchase and deployment of all things big to small when it comes to equipment, field trips, and conferences. We also do all the tracking of the finance and compliance for grants such as CTIG, Perkins, Workforce, and California Partnerships Academy. The CTE Advisory Committee meetings are also held that way, and as you know, there are some extremely high thresholds for compliance with grants such as Perkins and CTIG that require that those advisory meetings be held and held on time, and that they also include community partners and others in the workforce in our region to be able to make them viable committees. There are also post-secondary committees. There's funding for these post-secondary connections, but that would have to be built and maximized. We currently don't have those in a very strong position yet in the district. And also, it's important, I think, for the board to understand that the move over time has been that in a previous decade, the push at the post-secondary level was to have articulation of courses between high schools and their college partners. That has since moved, and the UC system has now moved that to make a dual enrollment focus be the order of the day and not articulating classes. Some of you may remember or have been in that world where there was a high push to take CTE classes and have them be articulated with college partners. Now it's about having them be UC A through G approved, and the dual enrollment now satisfies that need. So in response to that, districts like us, we look now to make sure that our courses match what the UC A through G system will want, so that they move back and forth, so that when students complete a class with us or they complete the same class over at Delta, it counts in both places. And that's what's important. So if our students put in that work, we want them to get that credit. Finally, next slide, Lincoln Technical Academy. Here are some of the things about the career side that are important. We have work to do on the apprenticeship job program. This is something that's going on statewide, but as it is right now, this has not been very well articulated from the state out to counties and to districts. But with the trend that has been growing across the last 4 or 5 years at the state level, I would make a pretty strong bet that there will be a lot of funding that is going to be put into this from the state level. And once that does finally make its way through the legislature to the governor, we want to be in a position to take advantage of that funding when it arrives. So being able to have our CTE partners and our workforce partners that are in our region ready to accept our students on apprenticeships will be of high importance. JROTC, we have a program that's over at McNair now. That needs to grow. It's a wonderful opportunity for kids that are interested in that, and there's also wonderful scholarship opportunity for kids to leave our system and go on to universities for scholarship and beyond. So growing that is of high importance. STEM is another one that fits so nicely under the college career world. It's something that should be grown and expanded so that students have that as a calling card and a resume builder for whichever side of the house they choose, career or college. Currently, right now at Lincoln Technical Academy, we offer programs for employees in our district those that want to be or expand their ability to be paraeducators. Those training programs exist now. We also have adult education where we have parents of some of our current students that are taking advantage of classes to further their own education and work toward equivalence of diplomas. And we also have expanded learning experiences for district employees, such as taking workplace Spanish, so that we have people that are even better and more capable in the jobs they currently are in, so that they have opportunity to expand and grow in their own positions. And next slide. So the proposed solutions, in order to make this endeavor grow and to also have an orderly rollout as we do that, the proposal to the board would be for us to install an area director. That would be at area 4, if you will. We currently have an area 1, area 2. SELPA is currently, I suppose we could name it area 3. And if that is, then college career would be a district-wide focus, and it would be now something where we look at both the career side and the college side, both with high degree of spotlight. The main focus, of course, is going to be between grades 5 to 12. It also includes adult learners. This would be someone that supervises the college and career team. Current funding for this right now is at 0.5 from adult education funds and 0.5 district apportionment through the LCAP. But the proposed process going forward would be to maintain adult education as an oversight, but also 0.5 from grant funding. So we would actually be able to drop the footprint on what is currently being spent from general funds through the LCAP, LCFF, and that would be a savings to the district. The position that we would propose is already in existence. That is principal at LTA, Julie Jansen, to move to area director 4, and to not backfill that position at LTA, meaning take an administrator out of LTA, but don't backfill the position. So we can absorb over there and still maintain oversight from a district level to support things like career technical education and adult education, but do it from the district level. Next slide, please. In doing that, the question that came up earlier from the podium was what support staff will come over to support college career. This is the slide that covers that. There are currently 2 positions over at LTA that would also be proposed to come over to the district office to maintain grant oversight and also to run the CTE programs for all the things such as purchasing, conferences, grant compliance, and day-to-day operation and support for all the CTE programs, college and career, at all sites. That would be funded out of adult education, site funding, and A to G grant. Those positions already exist, so no new funding is required, and no backfill is required at the site because those oversight positions would come over and still remain the responsibility of the college career team. Next slide, please. In the previous board meetings that we talked about a college career program coordinator, that position still now will go forward and be reflown to gather other candidates. Those that were already in the pool will automatically remain and stay in the pool. But this would also now allow for a new area director the opportunity to hire and participate in the selection process of that key team member on their team. The emphasis now for this college career program coordinator would be to lean heavily on the college side. So they would be college fluent, if you will. And their responsibility would be to service and work with schools on college readiness for all students grades 5 through 12. Another piece now is that in Ed Services been doing some remodeling with what we're doing with job supervisions to have verticals through the UC A through G subject areas where different administrators will now be supervising and responsible for different areas of the UC A through G system. Meaning there will be administrators that will be tagged to be in charge of, for instance, the C area of mathematics or the B area of English language arts. And they will have an oversight responsibility to look at that subject area vertical K-12 so that we have a very articulated way of having a conversation to be sure that support that students need all the way through their growth and development from kindergarten or even TK all the way through 12 is maintained and consistent. Finally, the Counselor on Special Assignment is already here, already in place. Ren had joined us in January, and that person, Ren, has scope over all college career activities and support outreach for counselors, parents, and students. And the AVID coach, Cindy, is already present. She already has AVID responsibility for all activities, with the highest emphasis being grades 5 through 12, to prepare students who would be first-time college goers so that they have an experience and they're ready to attend college when they exit. And final slide. And now I'll turn it over and ask for questions and discussion from the board, and for permission to proceed with those items to our next meeting.
Do you have any questions from the board?
I do.
Yes, sir.
Can I have a little leeway?
Sure.
Okay, I have 2 pages.
Oh, okay. Go for it.
Well, you have to go for it. I'm not gonna use all of it. Dr. Horton, I believe in one of the, and I didn't put the numbers, I apologize. You talked about lowering the graduation requirements from 230 to 220. Is that correct?
That would be before the 7-period day vote. So now that that vote has taken place, that number may not need to be that now. So we can go back and study that so that we don't do remodeling that we don't need to do.
Okay, that would be on slide number, that's not number, what number is that, 6, yeah. Do you think it'd be prudent for us to take a look at our graduation requirements?
Yes, I do.
Is that a part of this report?
I think it's part of the discussion that it would come back to the board with some updated language for 6146.1 to put us in line with some of our sister districts in the state, Elk Grove Unified, for instance, Corona Norco Unified, some of the large systems, to look at what they do and what they're doing to be compliant, so that we're asking the same sorts of things to be competitive, so that when our students go out into the world, they were on the same footing as students coming from other districts.
Right. Now, I agree with you. The way that I read this, and just, bear with me here, because you're a lot smarter than I feel like we have this dual situation between career and college. But yet, it's all about college credit. Is that correct?
I don't know if I understand your question.
So let's say, for example, that we have a student that's on a pathway for dental hygienist. Their capstone would be, what would they get for college credit? Is that correct?
It would be very likely that a capstone CTE class would also be UC A through G approved.
Okay. So you're saying that the entire pathway would be dual enrollment?
Well, it depends. It would depend. Some of our students are able to take capstone classes through Delta, for instance.
Correct.
So when they do that, that would be a dual enrollment college experience where they're both in the college world and the high school world.
You could offer that as well here asynchronously, maybe?
Without a doubt, yeah. We can maximize opportunity for that to happen either live.
That's kind of my point. Whether you're taking statistics or you're taking a capstone for dental hygienist, you're still taking college credit.
Sure, yeah. If it's like an AP class or a college class, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so my main goal here is we have 19 pathways. We have 0 dual enrollment pathways. Is that correct?
Well, we offer dual enrollment and early start college through any of our high school, comprehensive high schools right now, but growing them is the order of the day. We're not maximizing our potential with Delta College right now.
So CTE, which we've been using, is outdated.
Let me say it this way. We could get more bang for the buck and get more kids taking college and their CTE pieces at the same time.
Yeah, because my goal, kind of way I look at this, and I'm really into this, is that we have kids that graduate and also have an AA. Because let's say you were involved in Delta to be a hygienist, but then you finished up, you have your AA, and then you go, I want to be a dentist. I don't want to be stuck in being nothing wrong with being a dental hygienist. But now I have my A. So that's kind of where I'm at on this, is that why are we looking at this as a career thing and a college thing when together they're the same thing? They're all taking classes for college enrollment.
True.
For college credit, excuse me.
Yeah, I think I understand your point. The piece for us is probably more the definition given to us through the state, not the reality of it. And that is that the state looks at things that are tagged as career technical education as belonging to the career side of the house. But you're right in your point that there are many college opportunities that exist for kids that are on what the state would call the career side of the house.
Right. So the only school that offers really truly an AA is middle college.
True, in its true format, yes.
Yeah, and that's not being allowed with other schools.
No, because most students in that format wouldn't have enough space to get that done. But with the new 7-period day where you could get 280 credits over your career, you have more opportunities now to put that in.
Okay.
So much more college and career opportunity.
How many kids do you get their AA through Lodi USD?
I don't have the exact number. I could bring it back.
Okay, that's good.
That's a good question. Was it?
And a lot of those kids are probably doing it on their own, right? I mean, they're just kind of going through the playbook and their parents are helping them out and they're figuring out how to get their AA.
Yeah, with their counselor and so forth. Yeah, they're pushing it hard.
So when I look at this, I look at it as an opportunity for college, career. We should be doing, making it online. We have 19 pathways CTE, and of that, none of them are getting college credit. Is that correct? Unless they do their capstone.
Some might. I'd have to go back and study it. We probably have some that are connected to the college, but not as many as we ought to, I would wager.
You're new here, so I'm going to ask this question. Why are we so late to the party?
Well, that's a great question. I don't think I can answer it. But I know we're going to be working like the devil to get it caught up.
And I have complete trust in you, Dr. Murray. But I'm just kind of shocked that we've had people in place with CTE, and we are behind.
I think the CTE piece is in great standing. I think it's making the connection between the college to us and the college to the CTE pieces. That's where we've got to catch up. We've got kids that could be getting a lot more credits toward college.
Very good.
And then transfer to UCs and other places, yes.
All right, good. Now, you talked about access to grants and so forth. I forget which slide that was. Let me scroll down. Oh, yeah, here it is. It's on slide 9. Have we applied for the workforce grant?
I think the workforce grant we have going, I think it's the California Partnerships Academy that's underway, but I can follow up on that.
Okay.
Don't want to say what I don't know.
We haven't applied for the workforce grant. Okay. We
Ms.
have
Jensen
that
has all
in
your
A3G.
answers. She knows these things.
Julie's sitting right there.
Okay, could you answer?
She knows more than I do.
I'm sorry, I am going to interject. I'm really sorry. Mr. Porter, can you finish your comment and we will then?
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Paul. I look forward to that. How about the CCAP? Have we done anything on that?
We're going to be applying for that right now on this next cycle. The deadline is by March 29th, I believe.
Yeah, March 20th. I looked at it today. There was some pause there because of the fires and so forth.
Yeah.
Interesting. How are we going to handle this at the high school level with the 7-period day? So we have classes that'll be done asynchronously or maybe synchronously if the teachers have masters. Those teachers would be under Delta's aspect or maybe another JC. How do we handle that as far as oversight?
Well, the class itself belongs to Delta, regardless of how we teach it. So if we teach it asynchronous, we have our students go on online, the class still belongs to Delta and we're there supporting the students taking their college class. If it's synchronous and the students are taking it live in person,
right,
it would still operate the same way. It would be under Delta's umbrella. That would be their course, their teacher, and we would bring our kids to that party so that they can experience the class and then earn their credit that way.
Would you have Delta teachers come here?
You can. So usually that's done as like a period 1 or a period 0 or a period 6 or a period 7. Now it would be period 7, period 8.
Right.
so that you can have the classes taught so that any seats that are still available, the requirement is that with Delta, that you still have it available for their students to take classes if any open seats are still available at our campus.
Who has priority, a teacher in Lodi Unified or a teacher from Delta?
Well, the way it should work should be that the Lodi Unified teacher has the priority to be there, but that's a Delta decision about who they put in those classes.
So that would come under their auspices.
That's their bailiwick.
Students would have to enroll in Delta, take the classes and so forth.
Students have to be an enrolled college student to be able to take the class.
Okay, very excited. Great presentation.
Thank
Did an excellent job. Thank you.
I just have one question. Can we get the Delta College staff on board with us to take these college classes?
Yes, to put it mildly, the Delta staff and leadership is beyond ecstatic to have Lodi Unified be so fired up to want to get in the game with them. The community college system is really, really desperate to get more and more enrollment. So anything we do to bring our students to the community college level, they are thrilled. So they will be an eager partner to work with us in any way they can.
Okay, and it's a possibility that the instructors from Delta College should come to our campus to teach these.
Without a doubt.
Thank you.
Yes.
When I look at slide, I think it's 9, and it's how we should be growing and moving, and I look at what we're doing, and we're pulling Julie from Lincoln Tech. What does that leave that school with then?
So the idea of that would be is because the career technical education pieces are at all of our campuses, basically what we're doing would be putting Julie in a position to be in the balcony to look over all of the CTE at all of the campuses. Our ability to still provide that oversight and support for Lincoln Technical will not diminish in any way. We'll still be able to provide them all that support on compliance, grants, funding, machinery, all of that. So what it will really mean is that the folks that remain at Lincoln Technical will take care of the day-to-day operations, service the students, the adult learners, and so forth, and make sure that the day-to-day operation is smooth. But all that executive piece about compliance, grants, and money, we'll handle that from down here so that we can provide support and grow the program across all the campuses.
So leadership will look differently at that campus than our other campuses.
It will, and we'll provide that same, we'll provide support from the district level to support the site leadership that remains at Lincoln Technical so that we have an equal footprint across all the campuses.
Got it. Thank you.
Ms. Jensen, can I request you to come to the podium, please? And I am going to open the comments back to the board for you, since there is so much for Lincoln Technical Academy in here. Thank you. Did you have questions for Ms. Jensen at all about this?
Do I?
Any clarification that you need?
I was just curious about the grant, and I think she was going to talk about workplace. Is that correct? Do you have
Yes.
applied for it?
Yes.
That's fine.
Yes, we've received all 7 rounds of the K-12 Strong Workforce grants.
Okay, very good.
Done
Outstanding.
amazing things with the grants.
Yeah, have you ever taught any colleges, or is it just quick question? Curious.
I've not taught at a college.
Okay.
Mhm. I was asked to, but I like it here.
No, I know. So did I. So did I. I just have one quick question. I'm sorry, Dr. Ball. And this refers to her position. Since currently she's the LTA principal, she's doing an awesome job. Julie to area director 4. Well, that'll be a promotion, correct?
I might want you to answer that from the history of Lodi.
But then it says she already is at the director level.
So if you look at the current principal job description, it is the principal of LTA, and it's at the same level that our current certificated directors are listed at.
Okay.
This would be to increase the oversight. It's more consistent with the area director positions, overseeing the entire implementation of college and career and the increases that Dr. Horton is referring to. So, excuse me, it's the principal job is it the same as director, but this would be, yes, a higher level director, an area director overseeing the whole.
So she is moving up.
If this is the direction of the board to implement this would be an increase in responsibility and commensurate pay that is consistent with area directors.
Okay. So then when she moves up, we're gonna have to backfill a principal, is that correct?
I think Dr. Horton or, yeah, probably Dr. Horton can answer that.
Yeah, so our idea about that, right now over at Lincoln Technical, there are 3 administrative positions. Julie is one of them.
Right.
So if Julie vacates that position, there will be 2 administrators that remain at Lincoln Tech. That would still be the number of administrative positions that would remain at Lincoln Tech.
No principal?
One would become a principal. So we would have to think about who the person would be to be the principal at that site.
So this is gonna, it's not cost neutral, it's gonna cost us money.
Can we have you
It'd
come
be
back
pretty close
with
to a
that?
net wash.
I don't know how it'd be a net wash when we see a bump in salary, plus we have a new person becoming principal.
Well, I think that the total footprint that will cost to the LCAP, to LCFF will go down.
Okay.
Because grant money will pick up the slack of that.
Okay.
So I think the idea right now is that we actually will come off cost positive, better than cost neutral, meaning we're gonna go down in footprint to the LCFF.
Never seen a school district make money. but that's
I
good.
know this is-
Betty Crocker, she makes money for it.
I'm telling you, it's been a long time since I've been anything like it, but
Okay,
yeah.
my last question for you, and I thank you for coming out, is the A through G grant, we've had it for how many years?
3. That's a good
And
guess.
what are the results of that? I've asked you that before.
Well, yeah, that's a good question. I think part of it would be, as I look at it, is there are programmatic pieces that we've put in place. I think with this, what I'd like to be able to bring back to the board as the results would be what we're able to do with the people that are in there for the student outputs.
So you're saying right now you don't have any data to...
I would have to look for what the data would be to show what's been done.
Thank you so much for coming up and answering that. I really appreciate that. You're doing a wonderful job.
Thank you, Julie, really appreciate it. Quick
Thank you, Dr.
question. Yeah, absolutely, please. Quick question for you, Dr. Horton. There's a number that you showed, the 2 versus 731 versus 686. Lincoln Unified had 686 over 2 years enrolled.
Lincoln High School
Lincoln-
by itself.
Just the high school. And 731 is all 4 of our high schools, not including middle college.
Not including middle college.
Okay.
Would you, I'm sorry,
No, it's okay.
would you think that the number difference because Lincoln is close to the college instead of having, the commute from here to Stockton?
There could be some of that, but I would still look at it and say, if I looked at 4 comprehensive high schools that should be able to put a lot of kids through dual enrollment or early start college, we should have a number that is at least double 731.
And we're gonna work on that.
We'll get it to double.
Thank you so much. Great report and looking forward for some good results from this. We will move on to local control accountability plan mid-year update, Mr. Lambert.
As they are preparing, board, I just want to make sure this report was brought to you. No action can be taken from a report, but there were some action items for your consideration. I just want to make sure the board is giving us direction to bring this back for consideration next time, and is that the direction of the board?
I'm going to request, there were questions asked about, for Dr. Horton. Mr. Porter asked a few questions and so did Mr. Nava. If there's any answers to be given to them, if we can have them in email format ahead of time, so that when it comes in for any kind of action item issues, we are fully informed before we vote on it.
Okay, so then we will plan on bringing this back and for your consideration for potential action.
Thank you.
As they prepare, I'm also going to recommend that we postpone the report on the communication survey until next board meeting because the time is getting late and I want to make sure that it doesn't make it even later.
If we, is the board okay with moving the report to next week? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Dr. Ball, I just wanted to let you know that we have to head out because it
Yes.
is getting late. We have school.
Please, you must. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May we proceed, Dr. Ball?
Yes, please.
Good evening, Dr. Ball, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Young. My name is Peter Lambert, and I am the Area Director for Area 2. The purpose of the presentation this evening is to provide an overview of our LCAP, the overview of the strengths and areas for improvement, and our statutory requirement for our mid-year LCAP review. Before you, you have our presentation in addition to the actual PDF version of all of the LCAP, the funding, and the data that corresponds with the funding on how we are progressing throughout the LCAP. Next slide, please. Some of the key highlights that we will review with you tonight, the staff are here to present to you, are student attendance, student discipline, and graduation rates are improving. Our English learner support, our A through G completion rate, our college and career indicator remain critical areas that we're going to address, as was in the previous presentation to you, and our continued focus on providing resources and opportunities for all students to grow. The LCAP is our guiding plan in which we determine how we're going to spend money. After the statutory requirement that we provide the mid-year update, staff will return towards the end of the year to review the LCAP, the progress that we've made this year, and our plan for next year, and the adjustments that we will make for the LCAP. At this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Rafael Ceja, Director of Education, who will introduce our speakers and also key highlights of our plan.
Good evening. We have a lot of data in our reports. The other attachment is a much more detailed report with mid-year outcomes and mid-year expenditures. But rather than go through all the data and all the metrics, we thought it'd be better to bring in some of the staff that you've allowed to increase due to the LCAP increases you've implemented over the past few years. So we have several staff here to present on some of the positive outcomes that you've reported.
Can I request less conversation in the audience, please? It's really hard to focus on what's being spoken. Thank you. Thank you.
So yes, we thought it would be best to bring in the staff and let them share some of the positive outcomes that they've seen at their sites or at their departments as a result of the actions that you've approved through the LCAP process. Up first, we have Uwe Dahman, who's going to just talk high level about our data and the process of reporting out on student outcomes.
Good evening, Dr. Ball, members of the board, Superintendent Young. Developing and reporting on the LCAP metrics requires that districts use a variety of data resources, most of which will be coming directly from the CDE, the California Department of Education, usually by means of reporting platforms such as the California School Dashboard or maybe DataQuest. Some examples would include performance on state testing, English language arts, math, mathematics. It could be graduation rates, suspension rates. However, the LCAP is very broad. It's much broader than that, and that requires districts to use a much broader source of data, locally collected, locally calculated, develop metrics in order to fulfill those broader reporting requirements. So that might include things such as the favorability results on climate surveys, or it might be reclassification rates for English language learners. So those local and state resources are combined to ensure that progress towards meeting the goals that we have stated in the LCAP can be measured accurately and with fidelity. Thank you.
All right. Up next, we have two attendance technicians. We have Mariela Cisneros, attendance technician.
Good evening, board members. My name is Mariela Cisneros. I'm a student attendance advisor at several school sites, ranging from grades K through 8. Between fall of 2023 to fall of 2024, chronic absenteeism decreased by 6.6%, dropping from 31.9% to 25.3%. We saw improvements in all of our subgroups, including special education, foster youth, African American students, and in English learners. The only exception was a homeless subgroup, which saw a slight increase. In 2023, our department increased staffing, bringing the total to 15 attendance advisor. Thankfully, this expansion has allowed us to focus on chronically absent students. We've been able to dedicate more time on impactful work, such as truancy mediation, sending out truancy notices and warnings, phone calls, emails, in holding meetings with stakeholders, as well as educating sites and students and families on attendance laws and policies.
All right, and up next, we have Cesar Chavez, another CWA employee.
Good evening, I'm Cesar Chavez, and I also am an attendance advisor for several schools. CWA works like a bridge, helping families, staff, and most importantly, students by connecting them to each other to improve attendance. Students might be going through tough times, and it reflects their attendance. Some families may go through homelessness, and we help orient them to the proper department for aid. Some students may have coping or social discomfort that prevents them from going to school, and we gather a team to help with social anxiety. Whatever the case may be, we are here to help improve attendance. It might be that during a phone call about truancy, a parent discusses that their student needs counseling or mental therapy, and we are here to help navigate the resources to help with student needs. We reach out to counselors, speech therapists, mental health specialists, and psychologists, providing alternatives to how the student attends school, like enrolling online, applying for home instruction or another school, or even perhaps speaking to administrators about having the student start a bit later, are all fundamental factors to allow the students to slowly adapt to going back into a class setting. CWA is a department where the students come first. We first understand the situation to then quickly help meet student needs, resulting in going to school and achieving greater attendance. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we're going to switch our focus to English learners. We have Eva Martinez, our coordinator of English learners, and she has some staff with her that are going to present on how we're supporting English learners.
Good evening. Just wanted to let you know that the LCAP funding that has supported the services that we provide for English learners and families whose first language is not English. Our bilingual paraeducators are an essential part of instruction for our students who are newly arrived or LPAC level 1 or 2. They have been trained in curriculum and strategies to support the students. In 2021, we had 60 bilingual paras. We are now at 109, ranging in languages from Spanish, Urdu, Vietnamese, Cambodian, and Hmong. Our bilingual community liaisons have also received an increase this year due to LCAP. We are beginning stages of training and alignment, and we have hired 9 this year. So almost every site has a Spanish community liaison. I would now like to introduce Patty, who is also our para and the community liaison at Larson.
Good evening, board members. My name is Patty Flores. I have worked at Lodi Unified School District for the last 16 years as a bilingual paraeducator as well as a bilingual community liaison. Today I would like to share a few of the many success stories of our English learner. The first student attended Sac State and is currently a Spanish high school teacher. The second one is doing her residence in San Francisco to become a doctor and become an oncologist. The third student is an aviation engineer. I am so proud of all these students. Our English learners have so much potential. The work that we do with our EL students is to help them feel welcomed in our classrooms and support them in learning the English language. As a bilingual community liaison, I have increased our parent participation for our ELAC meetings from 10 or less parents to 25 or more parents of different languages. I provide the parents with resources for academic success for all our English learners. I also encourage our families to participate in DLAC as well as district meetings to support our English language learners and programs. Thank you.
Next, with the LCAP funding, we do have support with our ELD coaches, and the ELD coaches are an essential part of our reclassification, so our students that move from their primary language to then be fully certified in English. Right now, our numbers for reclassification in 2021-22, we had 358 students that met reclassification. In 22-23, we had 783 students. In 23-24, we had 742. This year, we're approaching 732 students. 21 schools have met the state minimum requirement of reclassification of 12%. I will now like to introduce Jill Van Ness, who's been a big success in this part.
Thank you. It was about a year ago we were talking about the good news, and we have more. We're doing it, so that's great. Thank you for funding my position, and thank you for supporting our English learners. We couldn't do it without this Eva. It's just fabulous. If you don't know her, you should get to know her. She helps us so much in our district and has supported English learners like you can't believe. So specifically for me, I'd like to share that I'm working with a lot of the 7th through 12th grade schools, but specifically at Millswood. A success story was we had 34 long-term EL students in a class, and I went to one of the teachers, hey, can I dual teach with you and coach you on the LPAC test? And we worked and worked, and we had 31 of the 34 meet the LPAC 4 requirement and get reclassified in that school. And that's huge because those students now will get an elective, like we were saying, and they won't have to be in ELD. We've spread that around to putting on trainings for other teachers. All of the teachers gather. We have a collaboration. When Jeff and I taught together, we had great collaboration, and that's back, so that's awesome to have that again. And then we started thinking, well, why wait till they get into middle school and lose their elective? Let's go into the elementary schools. And we have 356 LPAC 3, so they're on the cusp for moving and being reclassified, and we thought, let's pull those students. We used Dr. Horton's Clarity. He's big on Clarity. We've been using some of that, focusing in on the test, helping the students learn what they need to know for that test. And we're hopeful that those 356 can pass and won't even give up their elective at all in 7th grade. So that's what we've been doing. Thank you again for funding my position. It's fun, it's awesome. I'm getting to the end of my career. I hope I don't go to John Muir and trip over that concrete.
Really? You had to bring that up.
All right, next we're going to switch our focus to behavior. We have Dean Blount, who is a psychologist on special assignment.
Good evening. When I first took on this responsibility, I looked at 27,000 students roughly in the district and realized I needed to really focus my energy and put this energy on teams, working on the resources within the schools, not working student by student. But it's actually exemplified well through an individual student. So I want to tell you a story about a student that was referred to me, a kindergartner. Would go out to recess and had a really hard time coming back from recess. And he attempts to bring her back in would result in kicking, biting, scratching. There were, at times, the student needed to be put in holds. There was talk about referrals for special education. There was talks about accelerated discipline. When we got involved in the case, we looked at the causes of her behavior and realized that the student had several traumatic events in her short little life. She'd experienced a divorce and a death in the family. So what she needed was some relationship building with the teacher. She needed some counseling, and that was a priority that you guys put forward a number of years ago to bring more counselors back into our schools. We brought those resources together for her. We noticed that she was coming to school hungry. She was disheveled. She possibly had an undiagnosed medical condition. I worked with her school nurse to get those issues addressed through the school nurse with the family. Her attendance was atrocious, and we really worked with CWA to get those issues addressed so that she could come to school more easily. And finally, she needed some behavioral supports in the form of skills teaching and reinforcement. So I worked with the staff to use some of the resources that Pooh and I compiled onto our district's website on tiered behavioral interventions, and utilized two of them in particular, check in, check out, and a token system. In short, we looked at the whole child. We learned what was broken with her, and we did our best to help fix that. And in doing that, we turned her behavior around significantly, and she's doing much better. It's an up and down story, but it's getting better every single day.
Thank you, Dean. Next, we have another psychologist on special assignment, Pooh Bank.
Can you see me? I feel like I'm a little short for the podium right here. All right, good evening, board members and Superintendent Young. I've had the privilege of working across various school sites in our district alongside Dean, leading professional development on topics such as trauma-informed practices, behavioral interventions, and de-escalation strategies. One success story out of many that we've had that I'd like to share comes from my time in a North Stockton school where I worked with a first grade student who was struggling with severe behavioral challenges. And after collaborating with the site team, we created a behavior intervention plan that it was immediate results where the office referrals significantly decreased. Suspensions went down to 0. And I followed up this school year to find out that he's thriving both academically and behaviorally. He has friends, get along with all the staff. So this example, I feel highlights the importance of the work that Dean and I do and the power of targeted support in fostering student success. And so thank you for this time, and thank you for just providing us with the opportunity to work with our students across the district. And so thank you.
All right, and lastly, we have a focus of math. We know that math is a board and superintendent goal. So we have 2 of our staff supporting our math implementation. First, we have Erin Smith, our math instructional coach.
Good evening. My name is Erin Smith, and I'm an elementary math coach. This year, our focus has been on enhancing professional development opportunities, implementing coaching cycles, supporting our new teacher and curriculum, and helping educators use their data to strengthen instructional methods. These efforts have led to meaningful shifts in teaching practices and increased differentiated supports for our students. A bright spot from our mid-year diagnostic data shows that our students have continued to make progress. On average, they achieve 57% of their annual typical growth target. Even more exciting, our English language learners are keeping pace with this progress at 56%. These results surpass the expected 50% mid-year growth, showcasing our collective efforts success. Our goal is to help teachers build confident mathematicians with strong foundation for future success, both in graduation requirements and beyond. We thank you for your continued support in making this vision a reality, and together let's continue paving the way for our students' success.
And lastly, we have another math instructional coach, Nicole Milligan.
Can y'all hear my heart beating through this? And I'm just here to share a little anecdote. So an amazing teacher I've been coaching asked for lesson planning support and coach teaching for her unit on fractions. Her goal is to refine questioning strategies and talk moves to engage every student. Just this past Thursday, actually, the whole class compared the work of 3 students, an EL, an English only student, and an SDC student who is being mainstreamed. This was the first time the SDC student's work was featured, and I wish y'all could have been flies on the wall, because this EL student, when his work was up there, he was just grinning ear to ear as his work was discussed. These are students who normally don't see themselves as mathematicians, but on Thursday, they did. This is what happens when teachers get the support they need. Erin and I are just a small part of that, but I thank you for making our job possible. Together, we're building more mathematicians.
This concludes our mid-year summary of our LCAP. Thank you, Dr. Ball, members of the board, for allowing us to come and present to you, and for allowing staff to present to you the outcomes that they are working so hard to achieve for our students. We look forward to coming back to you again later in the year as we look at our final outcomes for our students for this year, and as we plan our LCAP for next year with the new initiatives that the board has put in place and the goals that the board has put in place to ensure our students achieve.
Thank you. Thank you so much, every single one of you, for staying through the long meeting. I have a quick question for Dean with the student council. Do you see the instances that you mentioned in a lot of other schools, or
with the student council as far as bringing the groups together?
No, as far as helping them, how do you, I should ask, how do you figure out which school site has kids with more issues that need to be addressed, or do you just go from site to site? And
so for the example of the student that I talked about, we do have a website that we put up that allows principals to refer students to us. So we get students referred to us with specific behavioral concerns. And typically with that, we'll go in, do a record review, do interviews, kind of make some recommendations off the get-go. If those recommendations prove to be insufficient, we'll do observations. At that point, we've really got to get permission from the family, so they don't come, oh, why is there a psychologist observing my student? So we get permission from the family, we'll do observations, make some additional recommendations, and if we need to put together something like a behavioral intervention plan that focuses on skills teaching and prevention strategies, as well as reactionary strategies, we can do that kind of further down in that process.
Sure. So do you think there is potential for reducing student expulsions when your help is more available?
I would like to think so, yes. Yeah. And I'm finding that there's a lot of supports that, I'm coming from the world of special education. A lot of the supports that we provide are seen as special education supports. And they don't necessarily have to be. A lot of the supports that we provide, particularly behaviorally, can be provided in a general education setting and reduce those referrals for special education and the suspension expulsion rates.
So does your scope kind of go into general ed as well, or is it
I'm
limited?
focused primarily on general ed right now.
Okay.
The last 3 years, where are we at now? 2.5 years.
So how do you feel about, do you get inundated by messages from school admin that this child needs help, or do you feel like you have sufficient help?
I mentioned at the very beginning of my presentation that with the number of students we have, I really want to focus on schools and changing school climate and working with the entire team. I can only, with 2 of us in district and that many kids, if we can build strong teams, they won't need us specifically. So we've been focusing on a couple of schools that we've been doing I've done a couple of larger presentations that are about an hour long or so. I find that's a lot of information for school staff in one sit down. So at a couple of schools, and again, we're limited by the number of sites doing this, and Wednesdays, and this when they want us to come in. We'll do we'll pick a school site and do several shorter presentations, start off with a topic, maybe introduce a practice we want them to work on that next month, and then come back at the end of that month and say successes, struggles, new concept, and a new
Well, in my ideal world, one of you would be in every school.
Oh, I love it, yeah.
Yes. But that's my ideal world, and that's not the real world. But thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. And I would like to ask anybody out there, I saw a hand waving, yeah, that's what we need. I guess what I would like to know is, and I know we can't do this right now, but maybe an email when you all meet together. Putting together, we always ask what would be optimum to keep the momentum moving forward, and what can we do to support you more in that term? If there were specifics, that would be very helpful. But I'm curious I look at the gifted people that just spoke. Except for Ben, why didn't you say anything?
I offered to.
I'm gonna call him out, he was standing there. So,
I know, I had something prepared and everything.
Okay, well, please CC us your.
Yeah.
But I would love to hear from all of you what we could do to help you, or what you need to continue this. Thank you for that presentation, and your time.
And just want to add, my son, he's done ABA and he's in SPED, and it's been fantastic seeing some of the transitions in some of his gen ed classrooms. So I believe that all kids can benefit from ABA type therapies, and anything that you can do to help those gen ed teachers pick up those skills is fantastic.
Good. Well, thank you so much.
Just one other thing,
Sure.
Board, please remember as staff brings to you concepts for next year's LCAP, there's not a endless supply of money, but obviously input, and they will have opportunities again to get input on things that are important, and that will come to you through the LCAP process.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Thanks. Are there any board advisory committee reports? All right, we have comments from the public. A 20-minute time period has been set aside for the public to address the board on items not listed on the agenda. Each public speaker shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. The board cannot engage in dialogue about public comments because of the restrictions placed by the California Brown Act. When you do start to speak, or before you start to speak, please say your name, first and last name. Thank you. Bill Yates.
I'm sorry. Dr. Ball, members of the board, Mr. Young. It is very late, but I feel like the seventh preacher right before dinner. But I just wanted to share with you some of the things that I'm having with trust issues. This week, this is a good thing. A student that was on a path to an MPS read 4 sentences in a story, and he's never read a word before this. Because I took a box that had been sitting in my room that I'd never been trained on, opened it up, said I'm going to try this, and I used this curriculum that was in my room. Why had I never been trained on it? That's part of one of the 3 grievances that special ed that the LEA has with the district, is the lack of training for special education. Our teachers are not getting well trained by our district. We also have prep problems, and now we're going to a 7-period day, which you heard a lot about the gen ed part. Special ed, we have a lot of our special ed teachers who are like me, martyrs, that's why I'm here till at 10 o'clock, but that aren't getting adequate reps. And I heard from them when I first took this position, and I wanted to make sure that we are getting the preparation that we need, because they're gonna burn out. They're gonna burn out, we're gonna lose them again. We already have a lot of openings, so please ask the very tough question when these schedules come out, is what are you gonna do for your special education teachers, especially in the mod severe world. We are not easily replaceable. Please make sure you're on top of that. And please make sure these grievances get addressed and get solved quickly, because there are real problems with our special education teachers. And one of them is training again. And I want more of our students to read and to have teachers. Because we have some schools where we say we want every student to read by 3rd grade. I'd like every school to have a credentialed teacher by 3rd grade. And we have some schools that they're gonna reach there, I know it. They're gonna reach there. They've never had a credentialed teacher. That's not good. So please help me and keep me in your prayers tomorrow so I can be awake. Thank you.
Oh, I already spoke.
Oh, you did?
Yes, thank you. Oh, Susan. Sue.
Good evening, Susan Heverly once again.
Are you taking Ron's time?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Where did all you
Go
go
ahead.
so
If that's
joined?
okay. If that's okay. No.
Go ahead, no, please.
No, I already told you. I'm done. Susan, go
Go
ahead.
right ahead.
Susan.
Thank you.
I'm gonna take somebody else's spot.
You're fine, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, well, Susan Heverly once again. So interestingly enough, the subject that I was bringing up tonight was something called position control. And although I'm not really opposed to a 7-period day, of course, which was done earlier, on that resolution it said that there was going to be no increase in funding. And so it wouldn't cost the district any money. But I heard Mr. Young say that you were going to provide more staffing. So I'm not sure which way you're going to go on that. But I do want to make sure that we talk about making sure there are adequate positions in any time. So I have a couple of stories as well. So once upon a time, We had, students don't come in nice little packages of 30, and so sometimes you run a class of 25 and somebody else has a class of 35, and if your students are well behaved, they might be in a class of 40. So here's one. So we had an issue, we're running just right to the edge on staffing. And it just happened that this one period had a large number of special ed students and a large number of students that had previously been incarcerated. And so we asked the district for assistance by providing additional staff. We were told no, because we were fully staffed. So at the end of the year, when the students didn't do too well, I remember Dr. Brown called me into the office and he said, hey, we have a problem with this teacher. Look at how the kids didn't do. They didn't do well. And too many of them failed. And I said to him, well, we asked you for help and you said no. And so they were put into a condition where they weren't allowed to succeed. And that teacher, by the way, was an excellent teacher. He never knew that I went to bat for him. Here's another one. We had 89 students sign up for a course. Oh no, we can't do that because we have to spend the money somewhere else. So what we did is we put 2 classes of 40 together and told the other kids, too bad, you're out. That's what happens when you have position control, where there's not a look at offering enough teachers to do the actual curriculum. A long time ago, not far away, at Lodi High, when my dad was the principal, he would say to the people at the district office, I need an extra teacher. And you know what? They trusted him and they provided that extra teacher. So we need to find a way to make sure that we provide adequate staffing. And you already heard that we talked about the class size being 42 on the 7-period day. I have nothing against the 7-period day. I just have a problem with it having no extra funding. But Mr. Young, I'm pretty sure you said you were going to provide extra staffing. But that's not what the resolution that I read said. So I think it's unconscionable to think that we're going to have teachers that have 210 kids a day teaching some kind of academic program and then being able to evaluate their work and deal with them individually. So what I'm saying is that the district needs to put more money in the classrooms and get more credentialed people to work for this district. And we should have fewer combination classes, and we should be able to have things that happen at the middle schools and high schools where it's an average. We should be able to take care of it. When I started teaching, high school was 29-1, and we were given extra staffing to take care of that so we could offer a class here and there, like maybe advanced chemistry, where I've had 22 kids. And that went away. Maybe it's time for it to come back. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Sally?
Hello, members of the board, Superintendent Young, President Ball. I'm here again on the Voices textbook.
Could you speak closer to the microphone?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Sure. I'm here again on the Voices textbook, which frankly appalls me. Research shows Americans far prefer a colorblind equality approach to race. And Voices is far from that. It is super discriminatory, which is very troubling. And 5 days from before Martin Luther King Day, this board decided to teach Lodi students to judge others on the color of their skin not on the content of their character. This is appalling. The statements about whites in this textbook, can you imagine being a 14-year-old white student sitting there, opening your book and hearing that you're a powerful oppressor who dominates and controls oppressed groups through your power? You think you're the only true American, the standard to measure everyone else against. You think you're normal, everyone else is inferior, foreign, un-American. You're the only ones who have access to power and resources. You're fragile, you feel discomfort and are defensive when discussing racism. You choose and enjoy racial discrimination. This goes against the Civil Rights Act. It goes against Trump's executive order the other day, and I hear that this district is planning on waiting till the CDC puts out information. You're going to waste all our tax dollars on this textbook in the meantime. There is no excuse for that. This order needs to be paused. The guilt and shame white students are going to feel reading this text is appalling. Well, then they're called to dismantle groups that are privileged. Who are the privileged groups that should be dismantled? Christians, males, cis men, straight people, married people, whites are some of the ones that are mentioned. This book calls kids to be activists. The problems we see on college campuses with kids rising up, breaking into buildings, making lists of demands, and they don't even know the issues they're protesting against. That's what we're inviting in Lodi. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. It's irresponsible. I don't even know the cost of this textbook because it was not even put in the agenda item. I can't look it up. I haven't been provided that information. Kids are going to be taught that there's systemic racism pervading U.S. society. This book goes against the board's equity statement, that it honors the uniqueness of each individual and embraces their diverse backgrounds, values, and points of view. You can't just say these things and teach these kids this kind of stuff. Let's teach them the truths of history. We've got some stains in this country. Let's teach those. But let's not teach them that they are evil oppressors. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry for my anger, but I'm really appalled at this text. I will be sending you pictures from the text in the morning. I got a boatload of them. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the name for Susan Heberly, but since you spoke, I'm going to pick another one.
I'll do it.
I think we should look at that book.
Tanner Hurd.
I said, I think we should look at that book. Sorry. Hard of hearing.
Is Tanner Hurd still here? Jamie Howen?
My name is Jamie Howen. I am a grandparent of several Lodi Unified students, and I am also speaking about the curriculum voice. And I came across this wonderful website, which I'd like to introduce you to. It's called Alliance for Constructive Ethnic Studies. And as much as Ms. Solly told you about the negative parts, I'd like to encourage you with the positive side of what ethnic studies really should be about. And this group is actually made up of all ethnicities. It's a volunteer group that is trying to come against the kind of curricula that you approved last month, but that you can actually change your mind about, and I really want to encourage you to do that. They want to install ethnic studies that empower students to dream big, overcome challenges, and be motivated, engaged community members. A curriculum that builds mutual respect, self-confidence, awareness, intergroup understanding and empathy, that elevates
ethnic groups, their backgrounds and contributions without denigrating other groups, that openly and honestly addresses racism and discriminatory treatment throughout history. That is definitely a positive thing that we need to do. And that would present a range of political perspectives and approaches to bringing about change, including strengths and weaknesses of each one. And that it would equip students with skills to understand and analyze multiple points of view so that they can develop their own opinions and present well-articulated, evidence-based arguments. We do not want to pit students against each other. We do not want to define and judge students based on their skin color. We want to have it based on their character and their behavior. We don't want to divide students into victims and oppressors, pitting them against each other. So choose wisely. You know, you can actually reverse your decision of last month. I encourage you to do that and take a good look at this material that you want to present to our students. It is not healthy. It's not good for our society. It's not good for our city. And there are a lot of people who are going to rise up against it. I'm just one of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to go past our 20 minutes, but I'm going to have our last speaker here, Ansuela Garcia.
Thank you, Dr. Ball. Ansuela Garcia, Dr. Ball, President Dr. Ball, Dr. President Ball.
Just call me wrong.
No, you earned the doctor part, when you earned the president part, and Mr. Young. First, I want to thank you, Dr. Ball, for accommodating the public comments at the end. I left filming you voicemails about that because the public left. But Dr. Ball, I appreciate you. I talked to her about the kids were coming, and she made arrangements so that they could speak, and I really thank you for that. Because it's important that they see the process. I also appreciate allowing everyone to speak that was in line rather than cutting it off, because that is how we communicate. I want to give a shout out to the math coaches. Nicole's been to my room, Aaron's going to come to my room, and also the gate coach. I have this kid in my room who's like, wowzer, and the gate coach is coming and visiting with him. Pua and Dean share a building with me. They're about 15 feet away from me, and they've helped me. I've had a challenging year, and they have been super helpful, and I see the work that they do, and they're great pod mates. I want to thank Chelsea and Susan Peterson. They came to our Julia Morgan read-in, and it was great, and Chelsea posted a picture today, and then Mrs. Lenderman was the star of the read-in, because not only did she come, but she brought people from her company, and I ran in afterwards, so I got someone to cover my class so I could go in and thank the people that came in. And thanks to Amy Cooper for helping us make that happen. But Mrs. Lenderman brought 14 people? How many people? Lots of people. Anyway, they were so excited to be there and to read with our students. So hopefully next year, it's right around Julia Morgan's birthday, which is January. Mr. Stroh, mark that on your calendar. January 20-ish is when it will be. So I just want to, those are my thank yous. Thank you to Dr. Ball, thank you to the math coaches, thank you to the gate coaches, thank you to Pua and Dean, Chelsea, Susan Peterson, Mrs. Lenderman, and her team. Thank you so much.
Great. Well, any comments from the employee group representatives? You have 5 minutes to comment on non-agendized items, please.
President Dr. Ball, members of the board, members of the cabinet. I just want to say that I'm glad that Neil and Aaron have publicly stated that high school and elementary schedules will not be interdependent. From what I have gathered from my bargaining team is they've been the district's bargaining team has been extremely cagey about it, especially the attorney, Ms. Kim Bogert. So you guys all heard it. And I've asked Ms. Church to put it in writing at our next bargaining session. If getting a 7-period schedule for high school is so urgent, especially for the 25-26 academic year, then perhaps you should release both of the bargaining teams for a week to work on this. even if Ms. Bogart cannot be there. This is what we call interest-based bargaining. Interest-based bargaining is working toward a common goal. And if this is a common goal, and this is urgent, then I suggest that the board put the resources to make it happen at the bargaining table. Another thing that's happening at bargaining that baffles me, there's a couple things, is the district's proposal keeps talking about if we accept the 1%, that it is not retroactive, which is something that you've given all the other bargaining team or bargaining groups. But somehow LEA is not worthy. Because we have other things that we want to bargain. There's language that we've been trying to bargain because of an arbitration ruling that was in LEA's favor for transfers, and still haven't gotten language from the district on that. And this was settled over a year ago by the arbitrator. It was delayed from last year because the district couldn't come together and present language that the arbitrator said needed to be in the contract when we won the arbitration. When LEA went arbitration, I should say. Still waiting. Again, Ms. Bogart doesn't care because she's getting her 500 whatever an hour. She doesn't care. You guys should care. Finally, why won't the district allow the funds that have been set aside for health care be distributed to all LEA members, not just those who take benefits through the district? The board can give direction to the district's bargaining team to make that happen. You have the power. They work for you. You can make that happen. So right now, the district only wants to to spread the money out to members who take district health benefits. Only about 70% or a little under 70% of our members do that. But the other 30 some odd percent have to get their health care somewhere through a spouse or whatever. They should have the benefit of those monies as well. Because they're paying for health care somewhere. If you truly want to lift or ease the burden of the cost of health care, then ease it for everyone. For everyone. Not just those who take it through the district. So I'm hoping that you guys are serious about wanting to get some of these things bargained and off the table. I am too. My members are too. Let's work on it. Make it a priority. Put the resources toward making it happen. Thank you.
Real quick, I'm going to ask for a clarification. Is what was just stated, I would like to know more.
Sure. I did want to address what Ms. Wilkins shared concerning the district's lack of response to the arbitration. I'm a little disheartened to hear what she said, given that at our last bargaining session, we were able to do something we haven't been able to do in the first 4, which was both teams agreed to project our transfer contract language. We worked on language together, we collaborated, we shared ideas about what the district felt would work versus the interests of the teachers, so that we could come to a mutual place, the same idea as IDB. The bargaining chair on the teacher side and I exchanged emails. He shared the draft with me because he was the one typing, and we both communicated about how productive and positive the experience was. So it's something that we're working on together, as it was a mutual reopener. And we, on our side, certainly felt like it was very positive.
And you got the same feedback from?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for the clarification. Please go ahead.
Thank you, President Bell, members of the board, Superintendent Young. It's late.
So you have 5 minutes.
It's late. I was told that we were put at the end, so it wouldn't be late. But here we are, put at the end, and it's still late. So what got fixed? Nothing. Well, I wake up at 4 in the morning. I still have to drive home. If I don't get my decent sleep, I might not be able to show up to work tomorrow. I may have potentially been the person who fixed those cracks at John Muir, and now they won't get fixed. Just keep that in consideration. I was up here to, first of all, I had a conversation with Miss Erin Church today, and I told her that negotiations, our relationship seems very much improved from her predecessors. Negotiations, we are slowly moving. I think we could move better, but I would agree with Ms. Kingsley that it seems like negotiations do drag. They do. A lot of times we're at the table and we agree on something, and then it doesn't. We prolong it. So maybe you should consider that contract. Think about it. And let's get these meetings earlier, please. We can all go to bed. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We have comments from the board, and I am going to take a moment and start with them. I hope the board's okay with that. We all do business of the board in board meetings. The business will be conducted before anything else. I understand it's late. I work in the morning. My child, 17-year-old, goes to school 6 a.m. He wakes up. He's a high schooler who wakes up at 6 and comes home at 6. Okay, so we're here to make sure students are successful. If it takes time, longer than usual, to make sure every single student in our school district is successful, I'll sit here till midnight. And if you have the time to do so with me, I welcome you. Okay? Secondly, I'm going to go into raising voice. I have never shared this with someone, but I'm going to share it publicly. I grew up at a time where there was genocide in our society. So you yelling at the board or anybody raising their voice doesn't scare me. You may shudder my voice, you may hear me maybe, sound like I'm scared of you. It doesn't scare me. It only makes me stronger. Okay, this microphone is not my priority or my strong side of my personality, but raising your voice and saying we're going to have some kind of violence because it didn't go your way is not okay to conduct any kind of business. Whilst I really hold in high regard what Dr. MLK has always said, but I think I'll live my life, howsoever short it is, with the non-violent approach of Mahatma Gandhi. Nations can be made without violence. Success can be achieved without making the other person feel like they have failed at everything they tried. Okay, so I encourage all of us to work together, not for ourselves, but for what we all always gather for our children. We all make sure we come here for the kids to be all right. So I appreciate everybody's patience. I understand the meeting was long, but it was an important topic that we needed to touch upon. Everybody has been working very hard for the last 2 years on it. Comments on that extended, and I appreciate everybody's patience. And I will open the floor to board members for comment. Any comment?
Jeff and I went to trivia night.
Oh,
We got third.
Good for us. It wasn't last year.
Because the group was pathetically bad. But anyway, there were over 200 people there.
How many? 3?
There were 4. But Jeff and I were on the same team. I can't tell you the name of it because we won't go there.
Oh, yeah.
But Dave Phelps, who else was with us? Jeremy won.
Jeremy won.
Yeah. So it was a bunch of bros hanging out trying to figure out trivia, and we had a great time. But all the money went towards kids taking the AP test. Ms. Osman does a wonderful job. She had dressed up like Wednesday from the Addams Family. It was just a great evening, and we had a great time. And It was wonderful to see all the teachers and administrators, everybody just kind of hanging out and talking about everything but school. So it was a good time. Well, I wanted Jeff to say, because he had more fun than I did.
No, it was a good evening, and I don't really have that many comments. It's getting late. There's something I'll bring up with you later in the week. It's kind of late, but I've been approached by numerous teachers, new teachers to 30-year veterans, 32, I think. But there's a lot of, I know, elementary school teachers that are getting very frustrated about the amount of, and I know we've talked about it before, about the amount of class time they're getting pulled from their classes to do district things. And I had a couple of young teachers over, my daughter did, and I got to hear all about it, and then it turned out one of my wife's friends was actually teaching what they were complaining about, so it was kind of funny. Anyway, I thought we had a lot of good information tonight. I know it was a long meeting, but it was also very important to send over.
I just wanted to thank everybody who reported out tonight and took it takes a lot to put those together and make it seem effortless and seamless, but thank you for the information. Sometimes it's a lot to go through and digest. I wanted to thank the young little girls, the John Muir situation coming up. Never do I want to have kids coming up and telling us that they don't feel safe there. So I'm hoping that that will get taken care of. And on my way down Vine Street, I know you both are, I'm calling you both out on the 2x2, and I know you couldn't do that, but we've got to get Vine Street. It's horrible. I had a horrible pothole coming to the district office, and I thought, we need to have our streets looking good, so get on the city about that, will you?
That's Jeff.
Aren't you on the 2x2, sir?
Well, he's in charge. I just follow along.
Oh, okay, so
My buddy
putting
Rob.
that out there for them with the 2x2, let's get that taken care of too. Thank you.
Just real quickly, when we do our public comments or representative comments, I'm starting to feel that we're negotiating a little bit at the microphone. For me personally, as this board member, that I know there's negotiations and we have our discussions and closed sessions and our reporting. Appreciate it. They also have, all the unions also have their negotiations and their discussions afterwards. I'm comfortable with reporting frustrations, but I don't want to feel as though we're having a negotiation at the microphone. And tonight it felt a little like that for me. I'm speaking for myself as a board member. And so it puts us in an uncomfortable position because I know what our discussions are. And those should be had separately and then at the bargaining table, and then we're reported out to. And it feels like we're getting very different, and I want to put that on record that can we try to maybe correct that a little bit? Appreciate it.
I have no comment.
Thank you. Joe's done.
Yep.
I just want to say thank you to Julia Morgan for having me and my team. We had a blast. I got to see what it's like to teach in a portable, which is a little bit crazy. And I also got to see some of the other schools this week. I got to visit Elkhorn and some of the other area schools. I'm representing Antelope Silva and Bear Creek High School. So I'm super excited. I'm learning a lot. Thank you everyone for being patient with me, and thank you Superintendent Young for putting up with all hundreds of questions and emails on every odd hour. So thanks.
All right, well, thank you, everybody, and I appreciate patience. Thank you.
Dr. Ball,
Yes.
I have a public service announcement, if I could, real quick.
Sure, please.
Is it raining?
Is it flooding?
Is it flooding? Yeah.
Thank you so much. I want you to remember the date, February 22nd. It's not only the NorCal Science Festival, it's also the Regional Science Bowl competition. And after that, don't forget the Gut Kids Crab Feed. If you need tickets, go online. It's a great event. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Meeting is